Wildfires destroying whole communities. We'll take you there live. Plus, buying a house, paying off student loans, caring for your kids. Will any of that be any cheaper in 2022? We do have some sad breaking news and a really terrible way to end 2021. Betty White, a beloved actress and comedian, has died at the age of 99, just weeks shy of her 100th birthday. NBC News confirming she died this morning at her home in California. Her trailblazing career spanned more than 8 decades. It earned her countless fans. NBC News correspondent Miguel Almaguer looks back at the Golden Girls' remarkable life.
May 8, 2010, Betty White making history at the age of 88, becoming the oldest person to host Saturday Night Live. This after 500,000 people on Facebook petitioned the show to give her a shot at hosting.
When I first heard about the campaign to get me to host Saturday Night Live, I didn't know what Facebook was. And now that I do know what it is, I have to say, it sounds like a huge waste of time.
Betty White, born in the Chicago suburb of Oak Park, Illinois, certainly never wasted her time. In the 1940s, fresh out of high school, she began working in radio, appearing on such shows as NBC's The Great Gildersleeve.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Gildersleeve.
I didn't go to college. I just went into show business, so I just enjoyed it.
She was on television from the very beginnings of TV. In 1952, co-producing her own comedy show, Life with Elizabeth.
What's so terrible about spiders?
Tell him, honey.
They go doing.
On The Betty White Show in 1958, she revealed another talent, singing.
To one who'd watch over me.
But she is best known for 2 signature TV roles. Sue Ann Nevins, the happy homemaker on The Mary Tyler Moore Show.
Surely that isn't how a strawberry swirl is supposed to look.
Thank you for being a friend.
And Rose Nyland on The Golden Girls.
When I was growing up in Minnesota, the doctor made house calls all the time. For us and the livestock.
You and the animals had the same doctor?
Sure. Worked out fine. Until the doctor started drinking hog liniment and tried to neuter the Swenson brothers. And there's an awful lot of Betty and Rose that scares me to death.
Twice divorced, she finally found the love of her life in game show host Alden Ludden.
This is Alan Ludden saying the password tonight is...
Home. Will you take me home, please, Mr. Ludden?
I certainly will, Miss Ludden. Thank you. Good night.
They were husband and wife until his death from cancer in 1981. She never remarried.
As far as a serious relationship, I just couldn't imagine it, you know, at this point in my life. There you go. There you go, sweetheart. Here you come.
During her spare time, Betty White was a tireless advocate for the humane treatment of animals, serving with animal-related charities and on the board of the Los Angeles Zoo.
We're such a throwaway society. We treat even our animals like paper towels. You know, take one, if it doesn't work out, you throw it away.
White's own career seemed to have remarkable staying power as a new generation of fans loved her in films like The Proposal.
Let's see if we can find your boobs. They're in there somewhere.
Yes, they are.
It's like an Easter egg hunt.
Well into her 80s, White showed no sign of slowing down with appearances on late-night comedy shows and commercial work.
You're playing like Betty White out there.
That's not what your girlfriend said.
For all of her accomplishments, the Screen Actors Guild presented Betty White with its Lifetime Achievement Award in 2010.
This is the highest point of my entire professional life. To the Screen Actors Guild, to each and every one of you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for being a friend. Travel down the road and back again.
A life in which Betty White garnered countless honors, fans, and friends. Miguel Almaguer, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Joining me now, Brian Balthazar. He's an entertainment journalist and pop culture expert. Brian, after the year we had, this is the last thing that people wanted to hear to end 2021. But what a remarkable life Betty White had. Just for starters, what are you hearing? We just got the news about her death.
Well, obviously, this is coming, as you said, there's no good time for something like this. Very few people, we throw the word icon around quite a bit, but few people fit the bill the way Betty White did. And obviously, Twitter is really blowing up with the amount of heartbreak from people seeing that this comedy legend has passed. Although, you know, we talk about her being best remembered for the Golden Girls, but every generation has a show, a series, a moment they remember from Betty White. And I think it's quite notable that she's 99 years old and she's been working continuously since 1939, and every generation adored her. To those that actually rallied on social media to get her to be the host on SNL, as you see there, no other host can say that the general public rallied because they loved them so much to get them to host the show. So I think this is a rough day, but let's lump the bad things that happened in 21 in there and just say, you know, a bright ray of sunlight is up with her husband in heaven. And, you know, we can all be grateful that we enjoyed the time that we did have her on screen.
And look, she was joking till the very end, right? I saw on social media a couple of days ago a joke she was making about telling Ryan Reynolds to leave her alone. I mean, she just was relevant, was funny, was cracking people up until the last moments. Anything in particular that is a favorite Betty White moment, joke, laugh of yours, whether recent or back in the Golden Girls days?
Okay, well, let me tell you, this is a little weird information about me. I play the Golden Girls at night as my sleep TV because I've watched every episode of every season of the Golden Girls. That's not weird. So you can watch. It's amazing, and it still holds up, right? And she's one of these actresses who can be both wholesome and bawdy and racy at the same time. Very few people can do successfully. It helps when you're that old that when you know, that's the face. I feel like that's what Betty White, that wink that she just gave the camera, that's what she's doing when she's delivering her comedy on screen. And so my story is really that I play the Golden Girls every night because I know I'm not going to force myself to stay awake because I know every line, but I've got one ear to the screen to wait for that funny one-liner, her story about St. Olaf, are very, very funny lines that are always coming from her. And I think so many of us have those memories. And this is the feeling of home and wholesomeness and love. And the fact that she's as good a person as she is a performer. She cares so much about other people. She cares so much about animals. And I love that we collectively all love Betty White. It's like, if you don't like Betty White, you don't like rainbows or puppies. Like, it's right in the category of things that you just have to love.
No, I think you can legitimately ask someone what's wrong with them if they don't like Betty White. It's so funny, Brian, those memories. I remember as a little kid, and I know I'm dating myself as well, in the 80s, my grandmother was one of the first people I knew who had a microwave. And on a Saturday night, going to grandma's house and making microwave popcorn and watching Betty White and the Golden Girls was like the biggest treat ever. Look at them there. I mean, they cracked you up, and I laughed, and my grandmother, who was in her 60s at the time, laughed, and I know people still laugh at them today. And to just kind of bring that sort of comedy that unites people and makes people of all generations laugh is so unique, because how much of that do we have anymore, right? I mean, it seems like we're so divided on so many things, but like you've said it, and I've reiterated, find me someone who doesn't think Betty White's funny, and we got to talk. I know you're all over social media. What kind of tributes are you seeing? What are people saying about her? Who are we hearing from?
Well, obviously they're streaming in now as we speak. And, you know, Ryan Reynolds, as you know, they've kind of had this kind of love affair, you know, this kind of tongue-in-cheek love affair. And you know that we're going to be hearing more from them now. Literally, the tricky part is, like, as you know, if you have notifications on your phone is blowing up with notifications. And so, you know, it just doesn't stop. Everyone is reporting it. And you know, the thing is, it's like we have the celebrities that loved her, but then we have literally the general public. This is one of those sad days that literally everyone has an opinion on, and it's all one that we've lost something special. People that were particularly close to Betty White, Sandra Bullock, as you see there, Valerie Bertinelli, who did Hot in Cleveland with her, who has a tremendously strong relationship with her. As we said, Ryan Reynolds, she is the last surviving of the Golden Girls. So, and there's a line on the Golden Girls where they're all talking about the inevitables of life, including passing. And she said, well, what happens when there's only one of us left? And that kind of became a meme because Betty White was the last one left. And now people are really confronting, I think part of what resonates right now with this happening on this day is that we're all coming off of a very difficult year. And Betty White was one of those things that for the past few weeks, people are saying, they were always saying, protect Betty White at all costs. That was the internet kind of phrase because she is that cherished. And of course, she was 3 weeks away from her 100th birthday. People magazine had recently just issued a special article and interview with her. I don't think you can stress enough, just from the show business aspect of it as well, just how unusual it is to have the kind of career longevity that Betty White has had. And the fact that she's been working as long as she was willing to do the job, there was someone that wanted to hire her. From game shows to comedies, to movies, to thrillers, from every type of character imaginable. So people are really, really connecting with this woman and this moment that we're in right now. And it's tough. But we're so lucky to have had her.
I mean, just looking at my own Twitter, right, the range from Ellen DeGeneres to historian Michael Beschloss to our own White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell, everybody talking about Betty White today. And as you said, I mean, my phone's blowing up. All my friends wanted to know, since I'm in the news, if I knew if the sad news was true. And unfortunately, it absolutely is. Brian, thanks for being with us. We lost some amazing people this week, Betty White, John Madden, but I think all of us who enjoyed them are smiling today, thankful that we had them in our lives and in our homes on the TV night after night. Thanks for being with us today.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Over in Colorado, hundreds of people forced to ring in the new year from shelters tonight. A rare December wildfire just ravaging Boulder County. We're going to take you there next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mikaela Shiffrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Well, a bit of happier news. The college football playoff kicks off today. Tens of thousands of fans packing the stands in Florida and Texas, though none of them required to wear masks, even as both states see a spike in COVID cases. The Alabama Crimson Tide playing the Cincinnati Bearcats in the Cotton Bowl at AT&T Stadium. That's in Arlington, Texas. But NBC News correspondent Kerry Sanders is outside Hard Rock Stadium in Miami, Florida, where the Georgia Bulldogs will take on the Michigan Wolverines tonight in the Orange Bowl. Go Blue.
Allison, we're just a couple hours away from game time here at the Orange Bowl. And, of course, the great concern is a sold-out stadium, more than 60,000 seats. All of this coming with the record number of coronavirus cases in a single day. And we're seeing those sort of records broken on a continuous basis here in the state of Florida. The problem, of course, with 60,000 people in the stadium is not everybody will be wearing a mask because it's only recommended. It is not required. And health officials have told us that the Omicron variant spreads much quicker than the Delta variant, and that it takes a lot shorter period of time for it to spread. So there's a lot of concern to look at the number of people who will be gathered here, and of course also for the teams. We have University of Georgia and Michigan here that will be battling it out. Even the coach from the University of Georgia says he's been handling the back and forth of the health of his own players.
We increased a lot of things around our building and our awareness of our players and understanding what's going on. They've really adhered to the policies we've asked them to and been able to steer clear for the most part. We had a little bout last couple weeks that we lost some guys and gotten most of those guys back. And really that's the biggest thing is being at full strength when you have to be, and that's where we're aiming towards.
Orange Bowl committee officials say they believe that they are following the proper health protocols, and there will not be a last-minute decision to require those attending to absolutely wear a mask. Again, just strongly encouraged.
In New York City, they're getting the party started, throwing a scaled-down celebration in Times Square. COVID cases in the Big Apple up nearly 600% over the past 2 weeks. Look at that chart. NBC News correspondent Priscilla Thompson is in the middle of the action. Priscilla, I understand they just started letting in the limited number of spectators there in Times Square. What are you seeing, and how is the city keeping everybody there safe?
Yeah, Allison, folks are just now being allowed in, and that is fairly late considering in normal years they would have gotten in much earlier, but it's one of the changes that city officials have made in order to keep people safe and cut down on the amount of time that these folks are gathering. And not only that, but in order to get in, folks had to show proof of vaccination, and they're also going to have to wear masks all night, and only 15,000 people are going to be allowed in, which, as you know, is a fraction of what we would normally see here in Times Square on New Year's Eve. And I have been talking to people who have come from all over the world, all across the country to be here tonight about how they feel about these changes and how they're feeling about the celebration tonight. Take a listen to some of my conversations.
It's good that the party is still going on, because if everybody is vaccinated and they wear their masks, what else do you need to do?
We take the mask and that's it, and we stay a little bit distance, but it will be nice. So we have to forget about this tonight and celebrate the new year.
And of course, Allison, this is happening as New York City just yesterday set a new daily record for the number of positive COVID cases. But the mayor here says that he wants to show that New York City is back. We're going to fight through it, and that he thinks these safety precautions will keep everyone safe. Allison?
Priscilla, some big cities in Europe canceling their New Year's Eve celebrations altogether, London and Paris among them. I know one of the couples you spoke with was visiting from Holland. What did they tell you about the differences here in New York versus what's going on back home?
Yeah, that couple is hoping to be among the thousands packed into Times Square tonight. And they say that it has been very different being here in New York City compared to Holland. They're saying people are walking so close to them here. And when they're inside places, people are a little closer than they would be in their home country. And I want to take you to take a listen to some of the other ways they described it being very different here compared to where they're from. Take a listen.
Everything is closed in our country. In the Netherlands, they shut down like 4 weeks ago, so you can't even go out, have dinner, have a party. Everything is on full lockdown, while like 85 till 90% is vaccinated, so the restrictions over there are, you know, crazy.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense.
You can't even be in your house with more than 4 people invited. Yeah, and walk around on the streets with more than 2 people.
And one of the things I heard from that couple is a frustration that I think we're hearing a lot right now is that they feel like they did everything they were told to do. They got vaccinated, they're wearing their mask, and that now it's time for them to get out and have a little bit of fun. And that is certainly what they are planning to do tonight. I don't know about you, Allison. I'm probably going to be staying inside the house, but I still brought the confetti to the party, so Happy New Year.
Yeah, Priscilla, you always bring the party, girl. Thank you so much. A very happy New Year to you. And please stay safe and healthy. We'll see you in 2022.
See you, Allison.
The U.S. reporting more than 584,000 COVID cases Thursday, breaking its record for most new cases a second day in a row. A record number of children also in the hospital. Pediatric COVID hospitalizations up 48% over the last 2 weeks. But younger Americans could be getting some extra protection against this virus. The FDA expected to authorize Pfizer booster shots for kids 12 to 15, possibly next week. I want to bring in Dr. Shoshana Ungerleider. She's an internal medicine physician for Crossover Health. Dr. Ungerleider, how crucial are these boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds? And what else do we need to do to really protect kids of all ages from Omicron?
Well, Allison, we are seeing record numbers of children being hospitalized right now, as you mentioned, and we know that immunity decreases over time, leaving us more susceptible to infection. You know, I suspect that we'll see FDA authorizing boosters for 12 to 15-year-olds in the coming days. And this can't come fast enough as kids head back to school and Omicron continues to spread rapidly, really in all parts of this country. Now, vaccine authorizations don't do anything if the shots aren't getting into arms. We know children are less likely to have severe COVID infections, but in rare instances, you know, kids still become very sick and die from this. So we should be doing everything we can right now to avoid the death of a child. And that means getting vaccinations and booster doses for them as fast as we can.
Dr. Ungerleider, Israel started administering a 4th vaccine dose today for its most vulnerable populations. Should the U.S. be doing the same?
Well, Allison, again, you know, we know immunity wanes over a period of months, and a 3rd shot or a booster is the best way to protect yourself from having a severe case. You know, for those who are at highest risk, another shot may prove to be the right call here. But I think we need to follow the science. We need to look at safety and look at real world effectiveness of a 4th shot. We're all watching Israel, and we'll see what the data show. You know, here in the U.S., the fact remains that tens of millions of people remain unvaccinated, and only a 1/3 or so of eligible Americans have received a booster. This is a real problem, given that we know that boosters are the best way to reduce severe illness from Omicron.
I've been asking our doctors all week long about masking because it's gotten a little bit confusing lately. So let me ask you, Dr. Ungerleider, when should we use them and what kind of masks should we be wearing right now and as we head into 2022?
Well, as these case counts continue to climb, we should all be wearing well-fitting, tighter masks. So The transmission of the coronavirus is mostly through aerosols, we know, which float around in the air. You inhale them, and they're not filtered well by cloth masks, especially Omicron. So, Allison, it's really time to ditch those looser cloth masks and even the surgical masks we had been recommending before. The Omicron is really sneaky, and so the N95, the KN95, the KF94 respirators, which are really tight-fitting, are necessary now. They're made of a material with an electrostatic charge, so they block aerosol particles more effectively than masks made of cloth. And this goes for kids too. There are KN95 and KF94 masks for little ones as well, and we really should be wearing them anytime that we're indoors, especially around people for which we don't know them or we don't know their vaccination status.
All right, time to up our mask game. Noted. Every doctor this week has said that, so thank you so much. Dr. Ungerleider, it may be a little late, but any last-minute advice for people who are going to a New Year's Eve party tonight or even just getting together with a couple of friends?
I realize that we're all so ready to be done with this virus, but sadly, it's not done with us. And so taking extra precautions right now as we head into the new year, tonight, even if you're boosted, is really important. I'm a young-ish, healthy person who's boosted and not living with anyone high risk. But Allison, I don't want an infection for a few reasons. And one is that I don't want to transmit COVID to other people. And two is that I don't want to run the risk of long COVID, debilitating symptoms that can happen at random for young, healthy people who get COVID. So I'm reducing my social interactions to only small groups who are boosted. If I can get them, I use rapid antigen tests regularly, especially before getting together with small groups indoors and unmasked. And I'm staying outdoors as much as I can and wearing that KN95 if I have to go into a crowded indoor setting. Every averted infection can actually make a big difference. And tonight, I'm absolutely staying home and partying in my fanciest pajamas.
A girl of my own heart, Dr. Ungerleider, bring on the sparkly sweats, the champagne, and the Chinese food. I know we want things to get better, but there are certain things that I can live with as we head into 2022, and staying home on the couch tonight is one of them. It sounds like you're of the same mind.
Indeed, and Happy New Year to you.
To you. Stay healthy.
Thank you.
Rapid versus PCR, which test should you rely on? And what if you just don't have a choice? NBC's medical fellow, Dr. Akshay Syal, breaks down the differences between the two.
As the Omicron variant surges across the U.S., so has the demand for at-home rapid COVID tests. But access and cost have been barriers for people looking to get their hands on them. And the new variant could be impacting the test sensitivity.
They will be positive if you have a lot of virus, which usually means that you are infectious. So that's why I like to think of these tests not so much as medical diagnostic devices that can tell you if you've been infected with COVID, in the last couple of weeks, but rather these tools should be thought of more as contagiousness indicating tests, that if they're positive, you should certainly assume that they mean that you are very high risk for being contagious at that moment.
Experts say the tests sacrifice some accuracy in detecting virus for faster results than a traditional PCR test. But rapid tests can be a powerful tool for making quick decisions about travel, gatherings, or when to seek additional medical care. So which one is right for you? PCR tests are considered the gold standard, but they require special lab equipment to detect tiny pieces of the virus's genetic material. So you might have to wait days to get your results, especially when demand surges. A rapid test, on the other hand, is great at predicting if you are likely infectious and pose a risk to others. With rapid tests, you don't have to leave the house, and they can provide results in about 15 minutes. Unlike PCR tests, rapid tests detect molecules on the virus's surface, called antigens. While antigen tests may work best when someone is showing symptoms, they can still detect asymptomatic cases, but there's a slightly higher chance of getting a false negative. So a single negative antigen test doesn't necessarily mean you're in the clear.
If you're negative and you still say, I really don't feel well, the virus might not have migrated up into your nose yet. So you might have to actually do another test, and you might turn positive 2 days later instead of 1. But in general, assume right now that symptoms of COVID are COVID.
On the other hand, PCR tests are better at detecting the virus at any point, whether you're showing symptoms or not. But these tests can remain positive for up to 12 weeks, well after you are no longer contagious.
If you're asking the question, do I need to isolate right now? Can I go see my grandmother right now. These types of public health questions where the action is not about yourself, but really about the people around you. The PCR, unfortunately, is not accurate because it stays positive for so long. Whereas an antigen test, I would argue, is more accurate to answer the question, am I infectious? Do I need to isolate to keep those around me safe?
For both types of tests, access is still a major issue. Drugstore shelves have been wiped out of rapid tests amid a surge in holiday travel. But higher demand for PCR tests at pharmacies and clinics means you could be waiting days before you see a result.
Omicron will come crashing down over the next few weeks, I suspect. And so hopefully by the time we hit the next wave, whatever that might look like, we will have access to these tests.
The FDA announced this week that it's monitoring how well antigen tests work on the Omicron variant, but early data has found a possible decrease in sensitivity. Still, the findings are fairly new, and the FDA says it will continue to evaluate antigen test performance. For now, it's still a good idea to take a rapid test if you're worried you're sick, if you can get your hands on one.
Boulder County, Colorado, fighting the most destructive fire in state history. The Marshall Fire burning more than 6,000 acres, destroying at least 500 homes, forcing tens of thousands of people to evacuate. Colorado's governor saying it all happened in a blink of an eye.
This was a disaster in fast motion, all over the course of half a day. Nearly all the damage, many families having minutes to get whatever they could, their pets, their kids, into the car and leave.
At least one first responder and 6 others were injured. Thankfully, no deaths reported at this stage. The governor hoping a New Year's miracle will keep it that way. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joining us by phone from Broomfield, Colorado. Steve, what are you hearing from people in that area? What are you seeing, especially from people who might not even know if their homes are still standing?
I think it's a lot of disbelief at this point, Allison. I mean, we see fires that are tens of thousands of acres larger than this one, but to have one in a neighborhood, in a shopping center, in a subdivision, completely rip down the foundations of homes, rows of homes, stacked on top of each other, home after home after home, in suburban Boulder, Colorado. It's been shocking to a lot of people, especially people who live here. I was just at a National Guard checkpoint. People are still trying to check on their homes, see what's standing. A lot of people afraid of what they're going to find or learn. I just spoke to a couple who was at a local Chuck E. Cheese with their kids. We did an interview with them. The fire and the wind was right outside of the Chuck E. Cheese, their kids inside, everybody screaming. They showed me a clip of the video, just how desperate that situation was, of them trying to push on the door because the wind was blowing so hard. For a moment there, they were trapped inside as the flames were approaching. So just a horrific situation for people in this area. But then again, on the flip side, I mean, you look at the devastation from the air, from the ground. It really is unbelievable that nobody, at least so far, has been found dead or killed in the fire. Casualties as far as injuries are at a minimum, which is just really surprising. I think, officials are describing it as miraculous. And I would too, just seeing what I've seen so far, Allison.
Oh, Steve, no doubt. From all the video you've shown us, it's just incredible and wonderful. And let's hope it stays that way, because the lives are the most important thing here. I want to talk about what's going on, though. It's so rare for Colorado to have wildfires this late in the season. And we've seen how fast this fire moved. I mean, it was able to cover an area the size of a football field in just seconds. What are you hearing? How did it get so out of hand?
So the actual cause itself, Allison, is under investigation, although the prevailing theory is that the wind, which was at 100 miles an hour, 100 plus, 105, 110, took down power lines. The power lines caught some of the vegetation in the area, and the thing just went. Again, if you're looking at the video, you'll see how fast the wind is blowing. Imagine that, carrying flames unbelievably fast. The reason is simple. I'm looking at probably the first snow of the season in Denver that's been significant in any shape or form of fashion. So it's been, months and months of dry vegetation this entire time. If you have fire plus wind plus that incredibly dry vegetation, it's going to cause something like this. But unfortunately, again, we just haven't seen it in neighborhoods like this, and you can see what's left behind.
Steve, all the video we've been showing over your phone call, just absolutely stunning. Thanks so much for being with us, and please stay safe out there.
Thanks, Allison.
The weather might give parched Colorado a little bit of relief this weekend. That's some good news. NBC News meteorologist Michelle Grossman is here with the forecast. Michelle, how are we going to ring in the new year across the country?
Hi there, Allison. Well, we are going to see all types of weather out there. Steve mentioned he's watching some snowfall, and they're going to see up to 8 inches in Superior, Colorado. They're going to see freezing temperatures, wind chills below 0, and temperatures daytime highs tomorrow in the teens. So it's going to be a cold one there, but the snow is going to help to clear out some of that air. So that's going to be good there. Otherwise, they're looking at 1 to 2 feet in the highest elevations. Then we are looking at extreme weather from Texas to Kentucky, the possibility for severe weather, essentially some strong storms as we go throughout this evening and overnight hours. Then tomorrow we have heavy snow through the Central Plains into the Great Lakes region. We could see up to 8 inches there as well. And we are watching a big risk for severe weather tomorrow with large hail, some wind, also some tornadoes, and really some heavy rain. We could see flash flooding in many areas tomorrow. Now, Sunday, many of us trying to get back home after our holiday. We're going to see snow showers and heavy rain impacting the East Coast. Travel issues for really the eastern half of the country. This is what that severe threat looks like on Saturday, because I think we need to be weather aware tomorrow. We're looking at 24 million at risk. Where you see that orange, that includes big cities of Memphis, Nashville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. We're looking at the possibility for a few tornadoes as well, in addition to those damaging winds. A look at that rainfall total, up to 4 inches in some spots. We could even see more if we're going to see training rains or even just, heavy downpours. Snowfall amounts from the Four Corners all the way through the Central Plains to the Great Lakes. We are looking generally 4 to 8 inches. Where you see that pink, Allison, that's going to be where the heaviest snow is going to fall. The good news is we're going to see some good weather for the ball drop tonight in New York City. Temperatures near 50 degrees, and it looks like the showers should hold off till later.
That is excellent news, Michelle.
It's crazy,
news,
right?
Thank you. We need a little bit today. It's been a rough year. It's been a rough day. Thanks for the good news, and a great new year to you, Michelle.
You too. Thank you so much.
Thanks. All right, how's your bottom line looking as we wrap up 2021? We'll take one last look at the business year that was with Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver, and we'll check out what's in store for 2022 next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
It is time for the bottom line. One last time in 2021. This is our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. And this is our year-end review and 2022 preview. Here to look back on all the money investors made, all the money we spent thanks to inflation, and all the employees who grabbed Flipper the goldfish and said, who's coming with me? It is Investopedia editor-in-chief Caleb Silver. Great to see you on this last day of the year, my friend. The big stories for me this year, the Great Resignation, the market boom, hot as hell inflation. I know you share so many of those stories with me. So let's start with the markets. I mean, the S&P up 27% on the year. A whole lot of people got really rich in 2021.
Absolutely. So good to be with you. And thanks so much for sharing your year with me. What a great year for investors. 27% rise for the S&P 500. That's one of the top performances all time. 70 record highs, second most all time, despite all the worries. And there's been plenty of worries, whether it was inflation, whether it was COVID-19, there was plenty going on. A record amount of inflows into stocks. Investors were piling money into the market this year, and a record amount of 401k millionaires. Those folks who kept their money in the market and kept investing had a very, very good year, despite all the concerns, and record highs for U.S. housing market, too. If you own stocks or you own assets like your home or real estate, you had a very, very good year.
All right. So it's hard not to feel like stocks might crash and burn in 2022, given how good last year was. What's the prevailing wisdom here? Are we in trouble?
Yeah, well, whenever we're near record highs or at record highs, we always fear a crash, and we're probably going to get some sort of a correction or a mini bear market, maybe down 20%. But the stock market has been super resilient, and there is so much money in the market right now. But we know this, Allison, going into 2022, interest rates will rise. The Federal Reserve told us that already. They're probably going to rise 3 times. That changes the temperature of the stock market. A lot of people move away from risk, and it changes the temperature of the economy as people want to borrow less when rates rise. It makes a lot of sense, but that's how you cool inflation. And as you know, inflation at a 30-year high, Allison.
Yeah, Caleb, I'm going to stick with the positive here. I'm going to say that maybe if we do get a little bit of a bear market, it just might be a buying opportunity, trying to be a little optimistic as we head into 2022. Look, there are some other issues for families and for young people. Let's talk about the child tax credit, student loan relief. What do you think 2022 will bring for both parents and borrowers?
Yeah, 2 big questions that affect millions and millions of people, especially that child care tax credit. Will that be expanded or extended or both in a Build Back Better plan? Will we have a Build Back Better plan, or will it be carved outside of that? Because we know it's important to both politicians on both sides of the aisle and both sides of the Democratic aisle as well. So that's a big deal. It affects some 30+ million American families, a lot of money every month for those families that have kids. And then the student loan reprieve, we know that ends May 1st. What happens after that? Those who have had student loans, and there are millions of them out there, have had this extension where they haven't had to pay for a while. When that kicks in May 1st, what does that mean? Does spending roll back because folks don't want to spend as much as they start servicing their debt? 2 big questions as we face 2022.
Caleb, this year the job market was really defined by the Great Resignation. What do you see for workers in 2022?
Yeah, well, finally, workers have the upper hand. You see all these strikes going on around the country. Finally, labor unions have a little bit more muscle. But we are back down near 4% unemployment, 4.2% as of the last reading. We're probably going to get near there or near 4 in the next reading for this month. So the labor market's healing a lot. People were able to pick up and leave and move to better jobs. Eventually, that will subside. But we've seen wages rise for the first time last year in 20 years. That's a good sign. And workers finally have some choice. I expect a lot more of that in the coming year. But eventually, we'll get back down to full employment, which is 3 to 4% unemployment.
All right, Caleb, you've got a term of the year for us. One more parting word of wisdom, if you will.
Yeah, I got to give it up for the retail investor this year. Well done.
Yeah.
So many new investors and traders joined the market this year. A lot of people did very well in the stock market, but the retail investor, that's you, me, and your watchers, those are of us out there investing on our own, maybe with a financial advisor, but basically retail investors took control of the stock market, especially in the first half of the year, driving those meme stocks super high, but a lot of participation in general, and we love that. Investing, great way to build wealth over time, and our hat goes out to the retail investor this year.
Caleb, I love it. We were betting earlier today on what I thought your term might be, and I said it's got to have something to do with the meme stocks. I know it. I know that was a big one this year and a big one for Caleb. It has been such a pleasure to have you on our show every Friday. Thanks for wrapping up the year, and I look forward to more great chats in 2022.
Me too. Thanks so much to you and your team.
Thanks. Coming up, not making the grade, more kids falling behind during the pandemic, the gap between white and black students widening. That's next.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
All right, let's check in with NBC News digital reporter Maya Eaglein for the last time in 2021. She's got the headlines from NBCNews.com. Hey, Maya.
Hey, Allison, I can't believe it either. We start in Florida, where 2 people died after a commuter train hit their car. The driver was trying to navigate around the crossing gate at the last minute. Officials say no one on the train was hurt. A California skier who went missing on Christmas is now presumed dead by authorities. Search and rescue teams say there's no realistic possibility that he survived the recent severe weather. Germany shutting down half of its 6 remaining nuclear plants in operation. The decision comes as the country looks to shift from nuclear and fossil fuel to renewable energy. China banning tattoos for national soccer players in order to, quote, set a good example for society. Authorities are telling players with tattoos to either cover them up, remove them, face disciplinary action. And a Harry Potter 20th anniversary reunion special is premiering on HBO Max tomorrow. The documentary reunites most of the main cast. Author J.K. Rowling, who recently made controversial comments about the trans rights, only appears briefly in a 2019 interview clip. Allison, Happy New Year, and back to you.
Oh, and to you, Maya. Thanks so much for joining our team this year. I'll see you in 2022.
Sounds good.
New proof that more kids are falling behind in school during the pandemic. That's according to new research from McKinsey. And the gap between black and white students is widening in some critical subjects. NBC News correspondent Heidi Przybyla is here now. Heidi, I know you've been poring over this data, so tell us what's happening here. What does this research show?
Yeah, Allison, all kids fell behind during the pandemic, but perhaps unsurprisingly, here are some of the new numbers which break along socioeconomic and racial lines. So when it comes to reading, for instance, while a majority of white schools are 2.3 months behind, it's almost 5 months for majority black schools. It's a similar story with math, with minority and underserved students falling further behind. Here's Bree DeSalt, who is an expert who's been tracking this issue, Allison, month by month.
So many of these students have parents who may be frontline workers. They have already been in a system that may have been underserving them. They may be coming in farther behind, and therefore remote learning is a more challenging environment for them to stay on pace, if not fall farther behind.
So, Allison, we have long-standing achievement gaps that fall along demographic lines in this country, and COVID has really just widened them.
Yeah, let's talk about how this breaks down by state. What are you seeing in different parts of the country, Heidi?
Yeah, so we're seeing this particularly in states with the greatest number of closure rates. So in addition to North Carolina, this includes Maryland and Georgia. And now it's important to understand, Allison, that this is really a developing story right now. There's a link to ongoing chronic absenteeism. So while rates for higher income students are leveling off in terms of absenteeism, rates for low income students have continued to worsen since the spring. For instance, according to McKinsey, if historical correlations hold, Allison, some kids could remain up to a grade level behind their peers, and we could see 1 million or more additional high school dropouts due to the pandemic.
Oh, Heidi, so we've been talking about this all week long, right? Districts, educators, families trying to figure out what to do with their kids when this holiday break is over. What does this research tell us about in-class versus virtual learning as schools are trying to make that tough call about whether they really should bring kids back from break next week?
Well, look, this data really underpins why we're seeing these big city mayors like Mayor Bill de Blasio so determined to keep school doors open, even amidst the most transmissible COVID variant yet. Here's more from our expert, Ms. DeSalt.
We now very clearly know that in-person learning is more effective than remote learning during the pandemic. And we also know that students are continuing to slip behind even this fall, and especially our most vulnerable learners.
Now, the good news, Allison, is that most school districts are attempting some form of remediation.
All right, Heidi, thank you, and a Happy New Year to you. Hope you and your family stay safe and healthy.
You too.
Thanks. Lending a helping paw. Coming up, we'll introduce you to a dog who sniffs out stress, making life a little easier for law enforcement. Oh, look at that cutie.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
You could call him the sergeant in charge of stress management. A sheriff's department in Florida adding a new canine member to its force. NBC News Now correspondent Zinkley Esamoah introduces us to Mason.
Meet Mason. For years, he was a service dog helping a veteran live independently.
Went to college together, got their first, real jobs together, working in the government, doing all different kinds of things. And then just moving forward, becoming a family man and becoming like the service dog to the dad. And he's grown a lot. And then when he came back to us, he still has that little spark in his eye. And, he was too old to use for my program again.
Mason was due to retire, but instead, he has become one of the first dogs to take on a new challenge, helping law enforcement with their emotional struggles.
All the things that you see every day, day in and day out over the course of a 15, 20-year career, it is that cumulative stress that ultimately we're trying to help our first responders mitigate.
Canines for Warriors manager of programs Greg Wells is a retired cop himself, so he knew the difference a dog could make to a police station.
Hillsborough County approached us looking at station dog program, and we started trying to gather information about the department. And they're very progressive. They're very into officer mental wellness and then helping their people.
Mason is now an emotional support dog for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office in Florida. It's a job he's only had for 3 months, but he's already made a world of difference. His handler, Chief Deputy Donna Lazinski, says Mason helps provide the mental health support, which can be urgently needed.
We develop numerous programs to try to address mental health needs for our deputies and civilians. So Mason, again, was just one tool. And again, we couldn't be more appreciative.
Good boy. With the stress of the job, the pandemic, combined with the holiday season, Mason is allowing deputies to take their minds off of real life for a bit.
And just the everyday stressors that the men and women of our office go through. They see, hear, and experience things that most people don't want to. So Mason's just an added layer of protection. He just goes in and he lights up a room. It's hard to explain.
Like most dogs, Mason is full of personality, taking over Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office Facebook page with Mason Mondays.
One of the first public outings I saw them do was there was a parade and Mason was there and he was totally in his element and comfortable. Mason is there to help them and then making everybody more comfortable and just at ease by his presence. And then of course, if you wanted to go pet him and get kissed on the face, he's happy to do it.
Canines for Warriors now hopes more of its dogs will follow Mason's lead, bringing much-needed joy to those who serve and proving dogs are truly the best companions.
You can't top Mason. That does it for us. A happy and a healthy new year to your families and to you from all of us here at News Now. And a great big thank you to all of our incredible staff. We will see you back here in 2022.
Welcome to the NBC News Now special, Goodbye 2021, a year to remember and forget. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're taking a look back at the biggest moments, wildest headlines, and head-turning events of the last 365 days.
The year started with a lot of hope for new beginnings as COVID vaccines became widely available. But 12 months later, COVID continues to impact us. We're going to get an expert take on how the pandemic may evolve in 2022.
And there's certainly no shortage of news to talk about, from the January 6th riot to the billionaire space race, and of course, Free Britney.
And as you'll see this hour, if you were looking for things to settle down a bit after 2020, it was 2021 that said, hold my beer.
In the closing moments of 2020, as the ball dropped above a sparsely populated Times Square, a weary nation cautiously hoped for better times. Dreams that were quickly dampened. 2021 was just 6 days old when a mob of Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol, hoping to overturn the presidential election. The images from that day captured in the Capitol Rotunda, in Speaker Pelosi's office, in the Senate chamber. They're indelible portraits of a deadly uprising that stunned the world, yet failed to stop lawmakers from certifying the election results.
Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes.
In the days that followed, the streets of Washington looked more like a war zone as the nation's focus shifted from insurrection to inauguration. At the scaled-down ceremony, President Biden was sworn in as America's 46th president.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
Kamala Harris became the country's first female VP. Well, in the audience, Senator Bernie Sanders made a meme-worthy fashion statement. The outgoing president refused to stick around for the festivities, but could not escape another impeachment.
The President of the United States incited this insurrection.
Accused of inciting the riots, Donald Trump became the first American president to be impeached twice. He was later acquitted by the Senate.
Donald John Trump, former president of the United States, is not guilty.
It was a dramatic start to a year still dominated by COVID.
We learned this morning that the pandemic has now taken 400,000 lives in the U.S.
As the country emerged from a deadly winter, vaccines became more available, first to the most vulnerable, then to all adults, and eventually to most kids.
How bad was it?
Not bad at all.
Despite the welcome shot in the arm, more Americans died from COVID this year than last, as the more contagious Delta variant surged and hospitals filled again, treating mostly unvaccinated patients.
Now we are treating patients in the hallways.
Mask mandates sparked rage at school board meetings.
Let the parents make the decisions. Let the kids breathe.
As classrooms cautiously return to in-person learning.
I'd rather wear it because I don't want to get COVID.
In a way, all of us were students this year as our vocabularies expanded to include new terms, breakthrough cases, boosters, and by year's end, Omicron. As the pandemic raged, so did nature's fury.
We're huddled under all the blankets that we have.
In February, a deadly ice storm paralyzed Texas, leaving millions without power. Wildfires continue to ravage the West, while Hurricane Ida carved a path of destruction that stretched from Louisiana to New York. And this month, more than 100 were killed by a series of rare December tornadoes in Kentucky and surrounding states, one twister cutting a path more than 200 miles long. It was a year of fatal tragedies. The Astroworld concert in Houston, a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and a condo building in Surfside, Florida.
It just felt like an earthquake. Whoever thinks a building's gonna collapse on you, you just never.
Without notice, the 12-story tower partially collapsed, killing nearly 100 people while many slept. Tragedy also reached a movie set in New Mexico, where actor Alec Baldwin was handed a gun that fired a real round, killing the film's cinematographer. Some of last year's biggest stories led to this year's biggest trials.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty.
A jury found former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin guilty of murdering George Floyd, a verdict celebrated outside the courthouse and beyond. In Georgia, 3 white men were convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
In Wisconsin, teenager Kyle Rittenhouse was found not guilty on all charges after shooting 3 men during protests last year. Exacerbating the growing political chasm in America in a year already filled with partisan tensions and pointed debates over controversial issues, including abortion and transgender rights. Political harmony was not totally elusive.
Yeah.
Bravo. Capitol Hill lawmakers passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill and overwhelmingly voted to make Juneteenth a federal holiday.
Warnock now 83.2%.
And if you thought our politics would settle down after the last election, think again. The year started with Democrats flipping 2 Senate seats in Georgia and ended with Republicans flipping the governor's seat in Virginia. Overseas, America ended the 20-year war in Afghanistan, pulling the last remaining U.S. troops out of the country. The world watched as the Taliban rapidly reclaimed control. Desperate Afghans tried to flee.
Kabul is falling now.
In the chaotic final days, a suicide bomber killed 13 service members, all of it sparking international criticism for how the withdrawal was handled. But President Biden stood by his decision.
After 20 years of war in Afghanistan, I refuse to send another generation of America's sons and daughters to fight a war that should have ended long ago.
In October, world leaders gathered once again in person in Rome for the G20 conference, then in Glasgow for the UN Climate Conference. Notably missing, Queen Elizabeth, forced to bow out over health concerns. It was a challenging year for the royal family, starting in March when Prince Harry and Meghan Markle sat down for a headline-making interview with Oprah Winfrey.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
That conversation I'm never going to share.
The royals also said goodbye to the Queen's husband of more than 70 years, Prince Philip, who died at the age of 99. His one of many notable deaths this year, former Secretary of State Colin Powell, Senator Bob Dole, actress Cicely Tyson, Broadway legend Stephen Sondheim, The Sound of Music's Christopher Plummer, and so many more.
This is Jeopardy!
It was the year that Jeopardy struggled to find a permanent host.
Welcome to the second of our 3 semifinal matches.
That Britney was finally freed from her conservatorship. That our friends reunited. And that movie blockbusters made their long-awaited return, along with Broadway and Adele. The Olympic flame belatedly burned 1 year later than planned as Tokyo hosted the 2020 Games in 2021. Superstar gymnast Simone Biles traded high scores for high praise when she withdrew from several events to focus on her mental health.
I have to focus on my mental well-being, and that's what I did.
Tiger Woods started swinging again following a serious car crash in California. And billionaires raced to space. Even Captain Kirk took a trip to the final frontier.
I'm so filled with emotion about what just happened. It's extraordinary.
An inspiring reminder of what the future holds.
I did it, America!
As we reflect on a year dominated by vaccines and hope 2022 offers a shot at something even better.
Wow, what a year. And you can't talk about 2021 without mentioning the global fight against COVID and the huge medical breakthrough that was the distribution of COVID vaccines. The shots, created, evaluated, and authorized in just months, was a first for vaccine development. Millions around the world lined up to get their shots and then months later lined up again for a booster. But it wasn't without controversy. Let's take a look back.
This morning, a grim new national record. More than 4,000 COVID deaths reported in a single day. Hospitals are facing a crisis of epic proportions.
100 million shots in our first 100 days in office. We're on day one.
With full FDA approval, Johnson's vaccine will become the third to go into Americans' arms. The third vaccine in the pandemic arsenal.
Get vaccinated. The vaccine that's available to you, get that vaccine.
All adult Americans will be eligible to get a vaccine no later than May 1.
In New York City, where people getting vaccinated are now able to enjoy some live music in the same space that served as a field hospital just a few short months ago.
A tragic milestone in the battle against the coronavirus. Actually, this is globally. The death toll has now topped a staggering 3 million people. More than 570,000 Americans have lost their lives to the coronavirus. That's nearly 20% of the worldwide total.
With less than a third of the country fully vaccinated. Right now, some states are starting to turn down government shipments due to lack of demand.
New CDC data shows 8% of people have missed their second shot of the Moderna or Pfizer vaccines.
Our goal by July 4th is to have 70% of adult Americans at least one shot.
Pfizer's emergency use authorization now clears the way for 17 million children to immediately get vaccinated. Kids 12 to 15 years old, mostly middle and high school students, now qualify.
If you get the shot, you basically can ditch the mask nearly everywhere, the CDC says.
America is already on the pandemic rebound. New COVID cases at their lowest level since last June.
Last year we lost the summer because of COVID, so this year it's going to be a big summer.
The Delta variant, first discovered in India, could soon become the dominant COVID strain in the U.S. So far, only about 53% of the country is partially vaccinated. But some states are barely hitting a third of their population.
67% of U.S. adults have received at least one dose. That's short of the president's goal of 70%.
Give you the best chance possible.
A year ago, the COVID ICU at Lexington Medical Center was pushed to the brink. This week, doctors say it's feeling like deja vu.
Tonight, the alarming Delta variant surge. The U.S. now seeing more daily COVID cases than last summer's peak.
The plan is for every adult to get a booster shot 8 months after you got your second shot.
A moving new memorial that provides a vivid reminder of the devastation of the coronavirus pandemic. More than 670,000 white flags are planted along the National Mall, each one symbolizing an American life lost to the coronavirus.
Authorized by the FDA late today, booster shots for adults fully vaccinated with Moderna and Johnson & Johnson could be days away.
They all reached the same conclusion about vaccine mandates.
I didn't have much of a choice in the matter, that I was being forced to do something, to put something into my body.
I felt that what they were doing, what they have done, is they've basically held for ransom your health insurance, your benefits, your livelihood, your career in some cases.
Some promising news, of course, this afternoon, authorizing Pfizer's vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds. This is a huge step forward, obviously. The FDA just signed off on Pfizer and Moderna's vaccine booster for all adults 18 and older.
President Biden is set to speak to the nation next hour about the Omicron variant, as questions remain about the seriousness of the threat.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
The CDC says the first confirmed case in the U.S. of the Omicron variant has appeared now in San Francisco.
Hitting this other terrible milestone in the U.S. You see it here. 800,000 deaths in this country.
In 2021, some of the things we took for granted returned to some kind of normal, like going out to a restaurant, commuting to the office, or spending time with loved ones over the holidays. But even as we close the year, the Delta and Omicron variants serve as reminders we're still living with the impact of the pandemic and likely will for at least a little while longer.
That's right. Joining us now with what to expect from COVID in 2022 is NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, always great to see you.
Great to see you guys, too.
This year, much like last year, has been this roller coaster. We think it's better. We have these events and concerts to say, hey, it's a return to normalcy. And then we have to kind of start pulling back a little bit. So it was about this time last year that Delta was identified. Now we know that spread and led to an increased amount of hospitalizations. Now we have Omicron. What do you think we can expect in this upcoming year?
You know, and you're right. It exactly looks like a roller coaster where just when we think we're getting through that first wave, all of a sudden Delta hits, we're going into this third wave, and now we got Omicron. It's one of those things. I think we're going to continue to see this roller coaster ride for at least a little bit. But my hope is, and I do think that during 2022, we're going to see things calm down and get to more of a near normal. And I think I talked about that last year as well, that we would be near normal by now. But these two variants, Delta and Omicron, just kind of took us by surprise, took us by storm, and kind of put us on our back feet a little bit. Well, now we're back on our front feet. We have these tools to fight these both variants off. We just need to use those tools.
Looking ahead, a couple of the key questions people have: are we maybe going to need another round of boosters again in 2022? And are we ever going to get rid of these masks?
You know, I think the masks thing, let me start with that. And I think the masks are going to be with us to a certain context. If you look at a lot of Asian countries, and that's the model I typically use, is they use masks all the time. And they use them if somebody is feeling sick so they don't spread it to other people out of courtesy to those around them. And I think you're going to see that going forward. You're going to say, okay, that person's not feeling very well. Thankfully, they're wearing a mask. But I don't think we're going to wear it to the basis we're wearing it now, which is essentially all the time, and we are getting sick of it. However, if there are outbreaks, and there will continue to be outbreaks throughout 2022, I think you're going to see some of these mask recommendations come back, at least temporarily.
And how about boosters?
My guess is that in 2022, we're not going to necessarily have to get another booster shot. What we don't want to do, and I've talked to a lot of experts, and they said, yes, you are correct. We don't want to chase variants. We don't want to, every time a new variant comes out, saying, okay, now we need a new booster. They're looking at these shots and saying, these shots right now are holding up fairly well against the Omicron and the Delta variant, as opposed, you know, from the point of view of hospitalizations and dying, which is the important part.
Dr. John Torres, thank you so much, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
The trauma is going to impact people who live there, their family members, the first responders, those that have been down there trying to help. It is very, very, very real.
Those devastating scenes from the recent tornado destruction in Kentucky, they're one more example of weather extremes this past year. Many of those deadly systems are connected to climate change. In June, the UN wrote 2021 is a make or break year for climate action. Here in the U.S., it sometimes felt more broken than not, as we saw unprecedented weather across the nation. NBC's Al Roker takes a closer look.
2021. Another blistering year of climate and weather extremes, from wildfires and drought to catastrophic flooding and hurricanes. Almost no state escaping unscathed. This year seemed to pick up where 2020 left off, with one major exception. 4 years after withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, newly elected President Joe Biden bringing the U.S. back into the fold.
We can no longer delay or do the bare minimum to address climate change.
The deal bringing together world leaders, pledging to do their part to stop the Earth from warming past 1.5 degrees Celsius. Scientists say any warming beyond 2 degrees would be catastrophic. As winter carried on, Texas endured a cataclysmic event when extreme Arctic cold, caused by a breakdown in the polar vortex, sent icy air plunging south, crippling the state's power grid, leaving residents freezing without water and in the dark for days.
We haven't had water for 10 days. For the first couple of days, we were collecting snow, and melting the snow.
With the climate changing faster than ever before, what unfolded in Texas may no longer be a once-in-a-lifetime event. This tragedy exposing one of the most fragile parts of our country, its crumbling and ill-fitted infrastructure. In the Northwest, it was sporadic weather patterns connected to climate change that created a once-in-a-millennia heat wave, resulting in some of the highest temperatures ever recorded in the region. Temperatures in Portland, Seattle, and parts of Canada soaring well above 100 degrees. At least 228 people dying in Washington state and Oregon alone.
Electricity went off, and so it's quickly getting warmer and warmer.
Kicking off an unprecedented summer of heat, 2021 will go down in history as the hottest summer on record for the United States. Mega fires in the West burning for months. The Bootleg Fire in Oregon becoming the state's biggest this year, burning more than 413,000 acres. The Dixie Fire becoming the second largest to ever scorch parts of California.
I didn't know where I was, whose house is what, and it was just a wasteland.
We're just grateful to be alive. We got each other.
The 2021 hurricane season, while not as prolific as the record-shattering 2020, was still an overachiever. There were 21 named storms, including 7 hurricanes, 4 of which were Category 3 or higher. Category 4 Hurricane Ida lashing Louisiana, still recovering from last year's 4 landfalls.
We are looking at imminent landfall of this storm.
The deadly hurricane flattening entire communities, leaving millions of people in Louisiana without power, some outages lasting for months. Ida then slashed a path of destruction into the northeast, dumping up to 10 inches of rain in some parts of the region. Several areas seeing one-night all-time record high totals for the month of September. New York City taking a direct hit from the tropical storm, with subways turning into walls of water and floods pushing cars down streets. The storm once again turning deadly when basement apartments were submerged, trapping residents. While the East got too much water, the bone-dry West, in its second decade of extreme drought, finally hit a tipping point. Lake Mead dropping to its lowest level on record ever, triggering severe, unprecedented restrictions over how much water states could use from the connecting Colorado River system, hitting Arizona agriculture the hardest.
The pie is shrinking, and there's going to be less water for everyone in the 21st century.
To help address the country's mounting issues, the bipartisan infrastructure bill was signed into law in November. Included are historic levels of funding for climate resilience and weatherization, clean energy investments, and capping orphaned oil and gas wells.
Despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans can come together and deliver results.
This should be where the story ends, and once did, until a wild and rare week of extreme weather struck in December. Tornadoes tearing through Kentucky and neighboring states, killing scores and leveling multiple towns. Entire communities left in ruins.
Mayfield will be okay. It's just going to be a long time.
Just 5 days later, an historic storm leaving a trail of destruction stretching from the West Coast to the Great Lakes. Minnesota recording its first ever tornado in the month of December. As 2021 comes to a close, a country weary from a prolonged pandemic braces for what is certain to be another year of extremes. I'm Al Roker, NBC News.
Al, thank you. Now, we're just starting to look back at 2021, including what happened a mere 6 days in. The Capitol riot rocked D.C. and the country, and its reverberations continue almost a year later.
Plus, blast off, the new frontiers in space that will have historians talking for years to come.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything from money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything from money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
most memorable stories I've covered this year was the massive protest that erupted across Cuba in July. This year, we witnessed a movement never before seen in our lifetimes. Cubans pushed to the brink by the pandemic, a shortage of basic food and supplies. They rose up and they demanded that their communist government change and that it deliver freedom for the Cuban people. People who only until a few short years ago really weren't even allowed to own their own cell phones. Cubans wanted a new vision for their country, and they wanted to be the authors of what that vision and what that future really looked like. And the world listened, we listened, and we told their story.
Welcome back to our NBC News Now special as we look back at 2021.
Perhaps the most consequential day of the year happened less than a week into the new year, January 6th. It was a day that tested our democracy and will live on in the American consciousness for years.
NBC's Frank Thorpe takes a look back at the deadly insurrection at the Capitol and the fallout that continues 1 year later.
Are there any objections to
January 6, 2021, a day designed by the founders to be forgettable, now seared in our collective memory. It started when Congress gathered to count the Electoral College votes to seal Joe Biden's election victory. Any other year, just a formality, but this time, a catch. Outside the White House, then President Trump pushing his vice president to overturn the election results.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
The crowd, fueled by repeated lies from the President of the United States and others that the election was stolen, marching to the Capitol. For the next 4 hours, a shocking siege.
Down the steps. Can't go back.
Lawmakers narrowly escaping. Officer Eugene Goodman seen here drawing rioters away from senators huddled close by. Shots fired right outside the House chamber. A rioter killed by police. A Confederate flag in the Capitol. Bipartisan pleas for Mr. Trump to tell his supporters to stand down. Hours later, this video.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
By 8 p.m. that night, the building had been cleared, lawmakers returning to finish the job.
For what purpose does...
Then Vice President Pence rejected his boss's demands and declared victory for President Biden.
Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes.
The riot left rooms ransacked, glass shattered, and lawmakers reeling. Democrats quickly voting to impeach President Trump for inciting an insurrection, making him the first president in American history to be impeached twice. The Capitol was fortified with thousands of federal troops lining the halls for the first time since the Civil War. And on January 20th, as President Trump refused to attend, Joe Biden became the 46th president of the United States.
We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter.
As Mr. Biden went to work, Congress turned to accountability. But in the Senate's impeachment trial, Mr. Trump was acquitted, with 43 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, choosing not to convict a former president.
We have no power to convict and disqualify a former office holder who is now a private citizen.
The rioters themselves facing justice almost immediately. Federal prosecutors scrubbing social media for evidence, alleged rioters found in all 50 states. The investigation so far resulting in 700 arrests, over 150 guilty pleas, and dozens of convictions. By the summer, even as fences came down and physical damage was repaired, invisible scars remained.
I got to sit down and really reflect on what happened. I think that sticks with me the most. I felt sad, anger, just there were a lot of emotions going through my mind. I'm still trying to process it.
If you were fighting that day, I don't think this will ever feel normal. Every time I was still walking in here, I think, okay, that's where this happened. And I can't get, it's hard to get that out of your mind because it was such a traumatic experience for a lot of people.
Some Democrats finding it harder and harder to work across the aisle.
Before deciding whether to co-sponsor legislation with a Republican, we always check whether they voted to certify the results or not.
Some Republicans rewriting history.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
With Republicans stopping a bipartisan 9/11-style commission from forming, a bipartisan Senate probe found that Capitol Police lacked the resources and training needed to respond. Federal agencies failed to warn law enforcement officials of key intelligence, and miscommunication led to a delay in the National Guard being deployed.
We all remember the haunting words of an officer on the radio that day asking, "Does anyone have a plan?" The answer, sadly, was no.
And in the House, the creation of a select committee, with just 2 Republicans placed on the committee by Speaker Pelosi.
The American people deserve to know what happened. The people who did this must be held accountable.
It's an egregious abuse of power. Pelosi has broken this institution.
The committee issuing over 50 subpoenas and voting to ask the Justice Department to charge former Trump staff with contempt of Congress. The committee's work expected to last months into the new year, hoping to find answers to how a day no one thought could happen brought American democracy to the brink. Frank Thorpe, NBC News, the Capitol.
Turning now to the new president. Ever since Joe Biden took the oath of office in January, he's had to face challenges known and unknown. COVID, Afghanistan, the economy, and climate change.
But with all that on the agenda, was he able to keep the promises that got him elected in the first place? NBC White House correspondent Monica Alba takes a look.
Every president's first year in office tests the power of promise, marked with campaign pledges kept and those still unfulfilled.
We're going to keep up the fight until we get it done.
Before Joe Biden was even sworn in, he knew the coronavirus pandemic would largely define the beginning of his term.
To heal, we must remember.
Honoring the hundreds of thousands dead on the eve of his inauguration.
This is Democracy's Day. A day of history and hope.
The Biden-Harris administration launching a massive effort to get Americans vaccinated.
It's time to act. We can reduce suffering in this country.
Leading to the president's first legislative victory in March in the form of a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill. As 100 days in office marked more than 100 million COVID vaccine shots administered.
Go get vaccinated, America.
Still, many refuse to roll up their sleeves, even as new variants brought spikes and surges.
It's become a political issue, which is a sad, sad commentary.
The Biden administration's vaccine mandates for federal workers, contractors, and private businesses challenged in courts.
It's not about just go and get the vaccine, it's about having the choice to get it.
Rules and enforcement across the country a tangled web as U.S. COVID deaths topped 800,000 and normal never quite returned.
Do not wait. Go get your booster if it's time for you to do so.
Overseas, high-stakes challenges on the world stage as the U.S. rejoined the Paris Agreement, the international treaty on climate change.
The United States is determined to re-engage with Europe.
While also placing sanctions on Russia ahead of a critical face-to-face summit with Vladimir Putin in Switzerland. Yet it was Afghanistan that would move front and center after the president announced his decision to withdraw all troops from the country by the 20th anniversary of September 11th.
We'll do it responsibly, deliberately, and safely.
Underestimating how quickly the Taliban would take control, resulting in a chaotic and deadly evacuation.
I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. But I do not regret my decision to end America's war fighting in Afghanistan.
The president followed up on his pledge to combat global warming at a major UN summit in Glasgow.
We meet with the eyes of history upon us.
Climate also a key part of the president's domestic agenda, revoking a permit for the Keystone XL pipeline and halting new energy leasing in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Also keeping his word when appointing a diverse cabinet and repealing the ban on transgender personnel in the armed forces.
Transgender personnel, if qualified in every other way, can serve our government in the United States military.
On Capitol Hill, after months of negotiations and Democratic infighting, a scaled-back $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill is signed into law.
America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better.
While the second half of the president's economic agenda, a massive social spending and climate plan, is now in limbo with no clear path forward, along with other major priorities still stalled in Congress.
Free the vote!
Like voting rights.
The people need the fur! The people act!
Police reform.
Ain't no justice in this town! Ain't no justice in this town!
Creating a pathway to citizenship.
The promise of protection for immigrant families. Nothing has changed.
And making Roe v. Wade the law of the land.
Abortion still needs to be legal.
With much still unfinished, the president will now take the country into a new year of change and challenges ahead of the critical 2022 midterm elections. Monica Alba, NBC News, the White House.
Coming up, how Britney, Adele, and Taylor got their groove back in 2021. A look at the pop culture moments that we can't stop talking about. But first, billionaires in space, the next frontier in the final frontier.
One of the most memorable stories I covered this year was about NFTs. NFTs, you say? Non-fungible tokens, which of course is what I was saying. What is a non-fungible token? But what we have discovered is this is going mainstream. It's kind of like back in the early 90s when Katie Couric asked, Internet, what's Internet? Well, NFTs are here, and apparently they're here to stay with great value.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. Hi, Blair, you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to our NBC News Now special Goodbye 2021, a year to remember and forget as we look back on the past year.
It was a landmark time for space exploration with small steps and giant leaps made on many fronts. And we're not just talking about the billionaire space race. Here's NBC's Tom Costello with more.
10, 9, 8,
7, 6, 5, 4.
Fire. From New Mexico to Texas to Florida, put 2021 down as the year the private space race came roaring off the pad.
To the next generation of dreamers, if we can do this, just imagine what you can do.
Billionaires Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk bringing commercial space travel one rocket ride closer for all of us back here on Earth. On his first trip, Bezos brought along 82-year-old Wally Funk, one of the original female Mercury astronauts who never flew. Then Captain Kirk himself, 90-year-old William Shatner, choked up with emotion after landing back on Earth.
What you have given me is the most profound experience I can imagine.
Godspeed Inspiration 4.
On September 15th, it was the 4 civilian astronauts on board a SpaceX rocket who made history on a 3-day orbit around the world.
We can see the entire perimeter of the Earth, which is so beautiful.
The trip, part of a fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital, where crew member Haley Arsenault was treated for cancer as a child. But with prices starting at $250,000 per seat, space tourism is still way out of reach for most of us Earthlings.
It's important to you that this becomes accessible to everybody.
That's why we started it. I mean, I think ultimately the price will come down to a level where an awful lot of people will be able to do it.
But Bezos and Musk aren't content with joyrides around the Earth. Musk's SpaceX has won a NASA contract for its Starship to carry astronauts to the surface of the moon. That same system could eventually fly onto Mars. And Jeff Bezos planning to build a commercial space station called Orbital Reef, a sort of floating business park. While the commercial space race is hot and at full throttle, the U.S. is not alone. China is putting astronauts in space, already building its own space station, with plans to put humans on the moon as soon as 2030. And then there's Mars, the ultimate goal. This year, NASA pulled off yet another first. After landing a rover on the surface, it flew a helicopter, a drone really, over the Martian surface. Here's NASA's animation. And here's the actual chopper flight. So far from Earth, it had to fly itself, making 500 calculations per second.
We have done it. This is the first time I've been able to say we've done it.
It's a vast universe holding billions of galaxies and hundreds of billions of planets. So what are the chances that we're not alone, that life exists on at least one of those planets? The problem? We humans love sci-fi, and we tend to think of aliens as the characters we see on TV and in the movies.
Phone home.
Our understanding of life doesn't mean that we understand all the options or all the possibilities of the various life forms that may be out there.
Absolutely true. Yes, just because we understand our own life doesn't mean that we know what to predict of how life might form in another different environment.
But have aliens already visited us?
There's a whole fleet of them.
What about the UFO sightings from credible sources like Navy pilots? Astrophysicist Adam Frank is a sympathetic skeptic.
Why do UFOs always look like exactly what we'd expect them to look like from all the movies we've watched, right? As I like to say, if it sounds like a science fiction story, it is.
Frank believes life probably does exist beyond Earth, but he hasn't seen compelling evidence that they've visited Earth yet.
If there is intelligent life out there, experts say it is probably many light years away. And each light year is at least a 37,000-year journey. So we're talking about 100,000 years to get there, or maybe even further. So you better pack an overnight bag. Tom Costello, NBC News in Washington.
Coming up, Pop Goes the Year. From Britney to Simone, Squid Game to the Royals. The moments that stunned, shocked, and captivated us in 2021. And speaking of the Royals...
One of the most memorable stories for me over the past year was really the death of Prince Philip. This was a huge historical figure, a man who stood alongside the Queen for more than 70 years, who had a front row seat to so many historic events. I remember his grandchildren paying tribute to him, us getting to know the man through them. Prince Harry calling him the master of the barbecue. That line will always stick with me. And Prince William saying that he was really the heart of this royal family. This was a COVID funeral, and for a family really that is so tied to ceremony and pageantry, it was so simple. Behind palace walls, staying true to the essence of a man who said he didn't want to fuss.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
One of the most important stories I covered this year was the movement to free Britney Spears. My coverage began in June at the courthouse. We all heard as Britney described for the very first time in stunning detail what she endured under that 13-year conservatorship. That set off a legal domino effect, which ultimately culminated in a celebration outside that same courthouse in December, celebrating a free Britney. But key questions remain, namely, how did this happen to one of the biggest superstars in the world? We all witnessed in 2008 her very public breakdown, which resulted in the conservatorship. We knew she was under the control of her father, but we also saw as she went back to work, performing for thousands, earning millions, and it was really only a small group of her most ardent supporters persistently asking the question, what is going on here? So what does that say about pop culture, and what does that say about the media?
2021 was a big year in pop culture, from the breakout shows and music to the moments that captured us all. And of course, we can't forget about Britney.
No, and joining us now to recap 2021's major entertainment headlines is Brian Balthazar. He's a pop culture expert and entertainment journalist. We also have with us Brianne Heldman. She's a senior editor at People. Good to have you both with us. Let's start with the breakouts in TV and music. I want to start with TV, and two of the shows that come to mind, we got Ted Lasso, and we've got The Squid Game, two shows that are not at all alike at all. What do you think was the appeal? Like Squid Game, Brian, why was it so appealing?
Wow, well, I think it came out of nowhere for most of us. And this is a concept that's really dark. So you would fall in love with the show and then have to explain to someone, well, it's kind of like the systematic execution of contestants trying to win money. But honestly, it's just so out of nowhere. You would never think, oh, I'm going to watch this dubbed over show and be completely drawn in. unexpected twists and turns, great performances, and a plot like you've never really seen before, and really reflective of a weird time that we're living in, truly.
It says something about our minds right now.
Yeah, it really does. It really
On the flip side, you got Ted Lasso.
Wow, I mean, these two shows couldn't be more opposite. Ted Lasso is the nice guy show where people live and they win sports ball games.
It's a technical term, right?
Yeah. You know, this has had a huge year. It had its second season, won a bunch of Emmys. Jason Sudeikis is on a roll with this series. It's so kind.
It's a 2022 watch.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's talk about music, and I guess you can't talk about music without talking about two of the biggest names. You got Adele and you got Taylor Swift, both putting out albums about love and heartbreak and crying and all those things. They just can't do anything wrong, can they?
I mean, can we talk about Adele? This is not a person who releases an album every year or every other year. Her last one was 5 years ago. So when she drops something, she's taken a lot of time on it, and you know you're going to love it. The ramp up, just the emotional preparation we all have to do. We're all like buying our tissues and things. But then she's got this amazing audience on TV, an audience with Adele. And she's the first artist this year to have sold 1 million albums, actually, the first one of this year, which is really remarkable since it just came out in November. And of course, now she has a Vegas residency where she's going to arguably make as much money as she's going to make from the album itself this
crazy.
year.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're the biggest Taylor fan, but Will.
I was thinking this year what is amazing is to get a 10-minute version of a song that she wrote years ago and to get that, something that we'd all been waiting for if you're a Swiftie, like I admittedly am.
Absolutely. It was wild. Taylor put out so much music this year, capping the year with the re-release of Taylor's version of All Too Well, the 10-minute version. You know, Taylor is known for throwing Easter eggs all over her lyrics, pointing all over the place to who the song's about and how they did her dirty. And, you know, I'm like Dionne Warwick. I want to know when that scarf is getting returned.
Exactly. All right, that's a good one. Okay, now let's talk about some moments that really did just kind of shock us, move us. First one, Simone Biles pulling out of competition at the Olympics. Just walk us through kind of what kind of effect that had.
Well, this is a first, really. I mean, I think the world, the U.S. in particular, had hugely high expectations for Simone Biles, and no one felt those expectations more than her. And this was the first time we really saw someone poised to win it all step back and say, I need to do something for myself. Despite all that you want from me right now, I can't live up to that. I'm going to do what's right for me. And she's the most decorated Olympic female medalist there is. So she winning Athlete of the Year from Time Magazine is really a credit to being the best at what you do, but also knowing when you need to be the best at taking care of yourself.
Absolutely, and such an important moment to discuss the importance of mental health, which also comes into the next question that I have for you, Brianne. This interview with Harry and Meghan and Oprah, and just what it exposed they had been going through. I mean, really, I think the ripple effects of that and the conversation around it cannot be overstated. Tell me about what you thought about that.
No, it really, they opened up about their mental health. Meghan spoke about even contemplating suicide at one point while she was still living in London. They opened up about having babies and dropped some real bombs about the royal family and how the royal family had treated them.
And people, it shows that they were still very fascinated by the royals because 17 million people watched that Oprah interview, showing so whether you love them, hate them, or fascinated by them, people are really into that story and want to know more. And this is the first time we really got a look kind of behind the curtain of what's going on there.
Not polished by them.
Wild.
And another story that just got so much attention is Britney Spears. She was in that conservatorship for more than 10 years. Finally freed from it. Starts with a New York Times documentary. Step by step, it gets to where she is now. I mean, this is a huge moment, isn't it?
13 years in the making. Can you imagine? She spent her entire 30s kind of being ruled by these adults who may or may not have been taking advantage of her, taking her money. It's all still coming out, and now we get to see what being an adult looks like for Britney Spears. She has said she has no intention of touring again, but will she put out music? She is engaged, so maybe 2022 will bring us a wedding for Britney Spears, and hopefully it'll all just be happy, good, smooth sailing for her.
There's also one we've gotten to now see behind the curtain with her actually being able to post what she wants on her social media.
And the power of the fans. The fans really drove this movement. I mean, they refused to believe that it was all that we saw on Instagram and Facebook, and they were very vocal about it. And then the power of a documentary to show and get people to pay attention. And we've seen that before, how documentaries and the power of television, like we're watching right now streaming, is really, it can drive people to act in a really spectacular way. And Brittany herself has said what a credit it is to the fans that they fought for her. Yeah, it's remarkable.
Yeah. All right, Brian Balthazar and Brianne Heldman, thank you so much for joining us. This was a fun segment to close out the year.
Before we go, here's a look back at some of the most powerful pictures of the past 12 months.
Photo editors at NBCNews.com curated a gallery of images capturing the highs, the lows, and some of the most significant moments of 2021.
That does it for our NBC News Now special. Goodbye 2021, a year to remember and forget. Thanks for watching.
Let's hope 2022 is full of things that are unforgettable in a good way. We hope you, your family, and loved ones had a wonderful holiday. Happy New Year.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！
新年快乐！
新年快乐！ 新年快乐！
这个灯开始闪了，来，各位，最后的20秒，18、15、14、13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
我们看到1米1的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。 张。世界看见台湾文明，展翅国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? We began our across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
просто упала. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer.
These are all on the house.
And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！
follow. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one. Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
everyone. Welcome.
خوش آمدی.
Witajcie. Co do wall.
Swagathe.
欢迎。
Doors opening. This is a Platinum Jubilee Line train to
2022.
our first stop is
Carnival.
exit here for
Culture, colors, and sound.
Funny floor.
the next station is
Wembley.
exit here for
Football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism. Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class!
There's been a few. They're popping up all 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！ 新年快乐！新年快乐！新年快乐！
这个灯开始闪了，来，各位，最后的20秒，15、16、15、14、13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
我们看到101的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。 我 下一个篇章。世界看见台湾文明，展翅国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas. For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it.
попало. Тут прикинь, вот это.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas. For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas. For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！ Isso fala.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
American Greed. New season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed. Anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
everyone. Welcome.
خوش آمدی.
Witajcie. Co do woo.
स्वागत है.
Doors opening. This is a Platinum Jubilee Line train to
2022.
our first stop is
Carnival.
exit here for
Culture, colors, and sound.
Funny floor.
the next station is
Wembley.
exit here for
Football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism. Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class!
That's been a few.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！
新年快乐！
身体快乐！身体快乐！这个灯开始闪了，来，各位，最后的20秒，15、16、15、14、13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。我们看到101的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。 张。世界看见台湾文明，展翅国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
No better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
просто упала. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! 新年快乐！新年快乐！新年快乐！
упала. Тут прикинь, тут этот. Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA Superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because this is it, right?
everyone. Welcome.
خوش آمدی.
Witajcie. Co do wow.
Swagat hai.
Punying.
Doors opening. This is a Platinum Jubilee Line train to
2022.
Our first stop is
Carnival.
Exit here for
Culture, colors, and sound. Funny floor.
the next station is
Wembley.
Exit here for
Football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism.
Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class!
There's been a few. They're popping up all
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！ 这个灯开始闪了。来，各位，最后的20秒。
不要数出来。
哇塞，
好酷！14、13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。我们看到101的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。世界看见台湾文明，展翅国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they... Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand.
American Greed. New season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed. Anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
упало. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！
的，弄得不舒服了。
American Greed. New season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing soaring greed. Anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC. Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC. American Greed. New season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing soaring greed. Anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power. Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last movie.
Was talking smack part of this?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last movie.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
As our special guest tonight, Times Square New Year's Eve is recognizing Broadway. Joining us are actors Michael James Scott from Aladdin, Mary Claire King from Chicago, and Ben Crawford from The Phantom of the Opera, representing the strength of the Broadway community and its importance to Times Square, New York City, and around the world. And up next, just before midnight, we have our final performance of the evening when KT Tunstall will bring the world together with her rendition of John Lennon's Imagine. Stay tuned.
Imagine there's no heaven. It's easy if you try. No hell below us, above us only sky. Imagine all the people living for today. Imagine there's no countries. It isn't hard to do. Nothing to kill or die for, and no religion too. Imagine all the people living life in peace. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. No, hope someday you will join us. And the world will live as one. Imagine no possessions. I wonder if you can. No need for greed or hunger. A brotherhood of man. Imagine all the people sharing all the world. You may
Jonathan, Happy New Year! You know, it has been an amazing night.
I could. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！这个灯开始闪了，来，各位，最后的20秒，15、16、15、14、13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。我们看到101的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。 世界看见台湾文明，展示国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play. There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better?
The question is, are you now more open to packing the court?
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
不舒挂了。
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Mikaela Shiffrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! 新年快乐！新年快乐！新年快乐！
просто упала. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
everyone. Welcome.
خوش آمدی.
Witajcie. Co do wow.
Swagat hai.
Doors opening. This is a Platinum Jubilee Line train to
2022.
our first stop is
Carnival.
exit here for
Culture, colors, and sound. Funny floor.
the next station is
Wembley.
exit here for
Football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism. Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class!
There's been a few.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！ 新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！
这个灯开始闪了，来，各位，最后的20秒，15、16、15、14、13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
我们看到101的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。 下一个篇章。世界看见台湾文明，展示国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Mikaela Shiffrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
упала. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Sean White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！
Crystal quality.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move. Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
everyone. Welcome.
خوش آمدی.
Witajcie. Co do wu.
Swagat hai.
歡迎。
Doors opening. This is a Platinum Jubilee Line train to
2022.
Our first stop is
Carnival.
exit here for
Culture, colors, and sound.
Funny floor.
the next station is
Wembley.
exit here for
Football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism. Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class!
That's been a few.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！
这个灯开始闪了，来，各位，最后的20秒，15、
出来
16、15、
14、13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。我们看到101的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。 下一个篇章。世界看见台湾文明，展示国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
просто упала. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it, right?
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
You're Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year!
新年快乐！
新年快乐！新年快乐！
All
упало. Тут прикинь, тут это.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
everyone. Welcome.
خوش آمدی.
Witajcie. Co do woo.
Swagat hai.
欢迎。
Doors opening. This is a Platinum Jubilee Line train to
2022.
our first stop is
Carnival.
exit here for
Culture, colors, and sound.
Funny floor.
the next station is
Wembley.
exit here for
Football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism. Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class!
That's been a few.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year！ 新年快乐！新年快乐！新年快乐！
这个灯开始闪了，
来，各位，最后的20秒，
什么样子？
出来！哇塞
，15、
14、
13、12、11、10、9、8、7、6、5、4、3、2、1。
我们看到101的烟火正在璀璨的绽放。谢谢您守护台湾的平安，全民同心，团结克服疫情。除了要谢谢站在自己岗位的每一个人，包括在现场的每一个您，我们一起守护台湾，保护台湾的平安。谢谢。我们可以看到360度的轮状烟火。 下一个篇章。世界看见台湾文明，展翅国际舞台。绚烂美丽、绵延不绝的七彩变色烟火，象征台湾文明守序自律、多元包容、科技创新、民主自由，精彩灿烂，要耀眼国际世界。
for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., a side of our nation's capital you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruises. See? Power.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
упало. Тут прикинь, тут этот.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world. Because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fried cheese or yogurt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got.
I don't want to be a Lego.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fried cheese or yogurt. Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast. I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fried cheese or yogurt.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this?
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice?
This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! 新年快乐！新年快乐！新年快乐！
просто упала. Тут прикинь, тут это.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done.
Show me what you got. I don't want to be a Lego.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Everyone, welcome.
خوش آمدی.
Witajcie. So do you?
Swagat hai.
Doors opening. This is a Platinum Jubilee Line train to
2022.
our first stop is
Carnival.
exit here for
Culture, colors, and sound. Funny floor.
the next station is
Wembley.
exit here for
Football's greatest moments.
The men did us proud in the Euros last year. Can the women go one better? The players take the knee, united in their stance against racism.
Again and again, they stream forward, looking for an opening. This looks promising and... Oh, that is brilliant! That is world class!
There's been a few. They're popping up all over.
Welcome to the NBC News Now special, Goodbye 2021, a year to remember and forget. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're taking a look back at the biggest moments, wildest headlines, and head-turning events of the last 365 days.
The year started with a lot of hope for new beginnings as COVID vaccines became widely available. But 12 months later, COVID continues to impact us. We're going to get an expert take on how the pandemic may evolve in 2022.
And there's certainly no shortage of news to talk about, from the January 6th riot to the billionaire space race, and of course, Free Britney.
And as you'll see this hour, if you were looking for things to settle down a bit after 2020, well, it was 2021 that said, hold my beer. In the closing moments of 2020, as the ball dropped above a sparsely populated Times Square, a weary nation cautiously hoped for better times. Dreams that were quickly dampened. 2021 was just 6 days old when a mob of Trump supporters stormed the U.S. Capitol, hoping to overturn the presidential election. The images from that day, captured in the Capitol Rotunda, in Speaker Pelosi's office, in the Senate chamber. They're indelible portraits of a deadly uprising that stunned the world, yet failed to stop lawmakers from certifying the election results.
Joseph R. Biden Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes.
In the days that followed, the streets of Washington looked more like a war zone as the nation's focus shifted from insurrection to inauguration. At the scaled-down ceremony, President Biden was sworn in as America's 46th president.
I, Joseph Robinette Biden Jr., do solemnly swear.
Kamala Harris became the country's first female VP. Well, in the audience, Senator Bernie Sanders made a meme-worthy fashion statement. The outgoing president refused to stick around for the festivities, but could not escape another impeachment.
The President of the United States incited this insurrection.
Accused of inciting the riots, Donald Trump became the first American president to be impeached twice. He was later acquitted by the Senate.
Donald John Trump, former President of the United States, is not guilty.
It was a dramatic start to a year still dominated by COVID.
We learned this morning that the pandemic has now taken 400,000 lives in the U.S.
As the country emerged from a deadly winter, vaccines became more available, first to the most vulnerable, then to all adults, and eventually to most kids.
How bad was it?
Not bad at all.
Despite the welcome shot in the arm, more Americans died from COVID this year than last, as the more contagious Delta variant surged and hospitals filled again, treating mostly unvaccinated patients.
Now we are treating patients in the hallways.
Mask mandates sparked rage at school board meetings.
Let the parents make the decisions. Let the kids breathe.
As classrooms cautiously return to in-person learning.
I'd rather wear it because I don't want to get COVID.
In a way, all of us were students this year as our vocabularies expanded to include new terms, breakthrough cases, boosters, and by year's end, Omicron. As the pandemic raged, so did nature's fury.
We're huddled under all the blankets that we have.
In February, a deadly ice storm paralyzed Texas, leaving millions without power. Wildfires continue to ravage the West, while Hurricane Ida carved a path of destruction that stretched from Louisiana to New York. And this month, more than 100 were killed by a series of rare December tornadoes in Kentucky and surrounding states, one twister cutting a path more than 200 miles long. It was a year of fatal tragedies. The Astroworld concert in Houston, a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, and a condo building in Surfside, Florida.
It just felt like an earthquake. Whoever thinks a building's gonna collapse on you, you just never.
Without notice, the 12-story tower partially collapsed, killing nearly 100 people while many slept. Tragedy also reached a movie set in New Mexico, where actor Alec Baldwin was handed a gun that fired a real round, killing the film's cinematographer. Some of last year's biggest stories led to this year's biggest trials.
We, the jury, in the above entitled matter as to count 1, unintentional second-degree murder while committing a felony, find the defendant guilty.
A jury found former Minneapolis police officer Derek Chauvin guilty of murdering George Floyd, a verdict celebrated outside the courthouse and beyond. In Georgia, 3 white men were convicted of murdering Ahmaud Arbery.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Kyle H. Rittenhouse, not guilty.
In
In Wisconsin, teenager Kyle Rittenhouse was found not guilty on all charges after shooting 3 men during protests last year, exacerbating the growing political chasm in America in a year already filled with partisan tensions and pointed debates over controversial issues, including abortion and transgender rights. Political harmony was not totally elusive.
Yeah.
Bravo. Capitol Hill lawmakers passed a bipartisan infrastructure bill and overwhelmingly voted to make Juneteenth a federal holiday.
Warnock now 83.2%.
And if you thought our politics would settle down after the last election, think again. The year started with Democrats flipping 2 Senate seats in Georgia and ended with Republicans flipping the governor's seat in Virginia. Overseas, America ended the 20-year war in Afghanistan, pulling the last remaining U.S. troops out of the country. The world watched as the Taliban rapidly reclaimed control. Desperate Afghans tried to flee.
Kabul is falling now.
In the chaotic final days, a suicide bomber killed 13 service members, all of it sparking international criticism over how the withdrawal was handled. President Biden stood by his decision.
After 20 years of war in Afghanistan, I refuse to send another generation of America's sons and daughters to fight a war that should have ended long ago.
In October, world leaders gathered once again in person in Rome for the G20 conference, then in Glasgow for the UN Climate Conference. Notably missing, Queen Elizabeth, forced to bow out over health concerns. It was a challenging year for the royal family, starting in March when Prince Harry and Meghan Markle sat down for a headline-making interview with Oprah Winfrey.
There's a conversation with you,
with Harry,
about how dark your baby is going to be?
Potentially, and what that would mean or look like.
That conversation I'm never going to share.
The royals also said goodbye to the Queen's husband of more than 70 years, Prince Philip, who died at the age of 99. His one of many notable deaths this year, former Secretary of State Colin Powell, Senator Bob Dole, actress Cicely Tyson, Broadway legend Stephen Sondheim, The Sound of Music's Christopher Plummer, and so many more.
This is Jeopardy!
It was the year that Jeopardy struggled to find a permanent host.
Welcome to the second of our 3 semifinal matches.
That Britney was finally freed from her conservatorship. That our friends reunited. And that movie blockbusters made their long-awaited return, along with Broadway and Adele. The Olympic flame belatedly burned 1 year later than planned as Tokyo hosted the 2020 Games in 2021. Superstar gymnast Simone Biles traded high scores for high praise when she withdrew from several events to focus on her mental health.
I have to focus on my mental well-being, and that's what I did.
Tiger Woods started swinging again following a serious car crash in California. And billionaires raced to space. Even Captain Kirk took a trip to the final frontier.
I'm so filled with emotion about what just happened. It's extraordinary.
An inspiring reminder of what the future holds.
I did it, America!
As we reflect on a year dominated by vaccines and hope 2022 offers a shot at something even better.
Wow, what a year. And you can't talk about 2021 without mentioning the global fight against COVID and the huge medical breakthrough that was the distribution of COVID vaccines. The shots, created, evaluated, and authorized in just months, was a first for vaccine development. Millions around the world lined up to get their shots and then months later lined up again for a booster. But it wasn't without controversy. Let's take a look back.
This morning, a grim new national record. More than 4,000 COVID deaths reported in a single day. Hospitals are facing a crisis of epic proportions.
100 million shots in our first 100 days in office. We're on day 1.
With full FDA approval, Johnson's vaccine will become the third to go into Americans' arms. The third vaccine in the pandemic arsenal.
Get vaccinated. The vaccine that's available to you, get that vaccine.
All adult Americans will be eligible to get a vaccine no later than May 1.
In New York City, where people getting vaccinated are now able to enjoy some live music in the same space that served as a field hospital just a few short months ago.
A tragic milestone in the battle against the coronavirus. Actually, this is globally. The death toll has now topped a staggering 3 million people. More than 570,000 Americans have lost their lives to the coronavirus. That's nearly 20% of the worldwide total.
With less than a third of the country fully vaccinated. Right now, some states are starting to turn down government shipments due to lack of demand.
New CDC data shows 8% of people have missed their second shot of the Moderna or Pfizer vaccines.
Our goal by July 4th is to have 70% of adult Americans with at least one shot.
Pfizer's emergency use authorization now clears the way for 17 million children to immediately get vaccinated. Kids 12 to 15 years old, mostly middle and high school students, now qualify.
If you get the shot, you basically can ditch the mask nearly everywhere, the CDC says.
America is already on the pandemic rebound. New COVID cases at their lowest level since last June.
Last year we lost the summer because of COVID, so this year it's going to be a big summer.
The Delta variant, first discovered in India, could soon become the dominant COVID strain in the U.S. So far, only about 53% of the country is partially vaccinated. But some states are barely hitting a third of their population.
67% of U.S. adults have received at least one dose. That's short of the president's goal of 70%.
Give you the best chance possible.
A year ago, the COVID ICU at Lexington Medical Center was pushed to the brink. This week, doctors say it's feeling like deja vu.
Tonight, the alarming Delta variant surge. The U.S. now seeing more daily COVID cases than last summer's peak.
The plan is for every adult to get a booster shot 8 months after you got your second shot.
A moving new memorial that provides a vivid reminder of the devastation of the coronavirus pandemic. More than 670,000 white flags are planted along the National Mall, each one symbolizing an American life lost to the coronavirus.
Authorized by the FDA late today, booster shots for adults fully vaccinated with Moderna and Johnson & Johnson could be days away.
They all reached the same conclusion about vaccine mandates.
I didn't have much of a choice in the matter, that I was being forced to do something, to put something into my body.
I felt that what they were doing, what they have done, is they've basically held for ransom your health insurance, your benefits, your livelihood, your career in some cases.
Some promising news, of course, this afternoon, authorizing Pfizer's vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds. This is a huge step forward, obviously.
The FDA just signed off on Pfizer and Moderna's vaccine booster for all adults 18 and older.
President Biden is set to speak to the nation next hour about the Omicron variant, as questions remain about the seriousness of the threat.
What is it about this variant that worries you?
What we've seen is this kind of very rapid rise in infections. And we've seen that in a part of the country, in a population where we thought that people had a lot of immunity. And the fact that this virus is now spreading so rapidly and so easily, it seems, it's a highly transmissible variant, but also that it may well be able to better get around some of the levels of our immune protection.
The CDC says the first confirmed case in the U.S. of the Omicron variant has appeared now in San Francisco.
Hitting this other terrible milestone in the U.S. You see it here. 800,000 deaths in this country.
In 2021, some of the things we took for granted returned to some kind of normal, like going out to a restaurant, commuting to the office, or spending time with loved ones over the holidays. But even as we close the year, the Delta and Omicron variants serve as reminders we're still living with the impact of the pandemic and likely will for at least a little while longer.
That's right. Joining us now with what to expect from COVID in 2022 is NBC News senior medical correspondent Dr. John Torres. Dr. Torres, always great to see you.
Great to see you guys, too.
This year, much like last year, has been this roller coaster. We think it's better. We have these events and concerts to say, hey, it's a return to normalcy. And then we have to kind of start pulling back a little bit. So it was about this time last year that Delta was identified. Now we know that spread and led to an increased amount of hospitalizations. Now we have Omicron. What do you think we can expect in this upcoming year?
You know, and you're right. It exactly looks like a roller coaster where just when we think we're getting through that first wave, all of a sudden Delta hits, we're going into this third wave, and now we got Omicron. It's one of those things. I think we're going to continue to see this roller coaster ride for at least a little bit. But my hope is, and I do think that during 2022, we're going to see things calm down and get to more of a near normal. And I think I talked about that last year as well, that we'd be near normal by now. But these two variants, Delta and Omicron, just kind of took us by surprise, took us by storm, and kind of put us on our back feet a little bit. Well, now we're back on our front feet. We have these tools to fight these both variants off. We just need to use those tools.
Looking ahead, a couple of the key questions people have: are we maybe going to need another round of boosters again in 2022? And are we ever going to get rid of these masks?
You know, I think the masks thing, let me start with that. And I think the masks are going to be with us to a certain context. If you look at a lot of Asian countries, and that's the model I typically use, is they use masks all the time. And they use them if somebody is feeling sick so they don't spread it to other people out of courtesy to those around them. And I think you're going to see that going forward. You're going to say, okay, that person's not feeling very well. Thankfully, they're wearing a mask. But I don't think we're going to wear it to the basis we're wearing it now, which is essentially all the time, and we are getting sick of it. However, if there are outbreaks, and there will continue to be outbreaks throughout 2022, I think you're going to see some of these mask recommendations come back, at least temporarily.
And how about boosters?
My guess is that in 2022, we're not going to necessarily have to get another booster shot. What we don't want to do, and I've talked to a lot of experts, and they said, yes, you are correct. We don't want to chase variants. We don't want to, every time a new variant comes out, saying, okay, now we need a new booster. They're looking at these shots and saying, these shots right now are holding up fairly well against the Omicron and the Delta variant, as opposed, you know, from the point of view of hospitalizations and dying, which is the important part.
Dr. John Torres, thank you so much, and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
The trauma is going to impact people who live there, their family members, the first responders, those that have been down there trying to help. It is very, very, very real.
Those devastating scenes from the recent tornado destruction in Kentucky, they're one more example of weather extremes this past year. Many of those deadly systems are connected to climate change. In June, the UN wrote 2021 is a make or break year for climate action. Here in the U.S., it sometimes felt more broken than not, as we saw unprecedented weather across the nation. NBC's Al Roker takes a closer look.
2021. Another blistering year of climate and weather extremes, from wildfires and drought to catastrophic flooding and hurricanes. Almost no state escaping unscathed. This year seemed to pick up where 2020 left off, with one major exception. 4 years after withdrawing from the Paris Climate Agreement, newly elected President Joe Biden bringing the U.S. back into the fold.
We can no longer delay or do the bare minimum to address climate change.
The deal bringing together world leaders, pledging to do their part to stop the Earth from warming past 1.5 degrees Celsius. Scientists say any warming beyond 2 degrees would be catastrophic. As winter carried on, Texas endured a cataclysmic event when extreme Arctic cold, caused by a breakdown in the polar vortex, sent icy air plunging south, crippling the state's power grid, leaving residents freezing without water and in the dark for days.
We haven't had water for 10 days. For the first couple of days, we were collecting snow and melting the snow.
With the climate changing faster than ever before, what unfolded in Texas may no longer be a once-in-a-lifetime event. This tragedy exposing one of the most fragile parts of our country, its crumbling and ill-fitted infrastructure. In the Northwest, it was sporadic weather patterns connected to climate change that created a once-in-a-millennia heat wave, resulting in some of the highest temperatures ever recorded in the region. Temperatures in Portland, Seattle, and parts of Canada soaring well above 100 degrees. At least 228 people dying in Washington state and Oregon alone.
Electricity went off. And so it's quickly getting warmer and warmer.
Kicking off an unprecedented summer of heat, 2021 will go down in history as the hottest summer on record for the United States. Mega fires in the West burning for months. The Bootleg Fire in Oregon becoming the state's biggest this year, burning more than 413,000 acres. The Dixie Fire becoming the second largest to ever scorch parts of California.
I didn't know where I was, whose house is what, and it was just a wasteland.
We're just grateful to be alive. We got each other.
The 2021 hurricane season, while not as prolific as the record-shattering 2020, was still an overachiever. There were 21 named storms, including 7 hurricanes, 4 of which were Category 3 or higher. Category 4 Hurricane Ida lashing Louisiana, still recovering from last year's 4 landfalls.
We are looking at imminent landfall of this storm.
The deadly hurricane flattening entire communities, leaving millions of people in Louisiana without power, some outages lasting for months. Ida then slashed a path of destruction into the northeast, dumping up to 10 inches of rain in some parts of the region. Several areas seeing one-night all-time record high totals for the month of September. New York City taking a direct hit from the tropical storm, with subways turning into walls of water and floods pushing cars down streets. The storm once again turning deadly when basement apartments were submerged, trapping residents. While the East got too much water, the bone-dry West, in its second decade of extreme drought, finally hit a tipping point. Lake Mead dropping to its lowest level on record ever, triggering severe, unprecedented restrictions over how much water states could use from the connecting Colorado River system, hitting Arizona agriculture the hardest.
The pie is shrinking, and there's going to be less water for everyone in the 21st century.
To help address the country's mounting issues, the bipartisan infrastructure bill was signed into law in November. Included are historic levels of funding for climate resilience and weatherization, clean energy investments, and capping orphaned oil and gas wells.
Despite the cynics, Democrats and Republicans can come together and deliver results.
This should be where the story ends, and once did, until a wild and rare week of extreme weather struck in December. Tornadoes tearing through Kentucky and neighboring states, killing scores and leveling multiple towns. Entire communities left in ruins.
Mayfield will be okay. It's just going to be a long time.
Just 5 days later, an historic storm leaving a trail of destruction stretching from the West Coast to the Great Lakes. Minnesota recording its first ever tornado in the month of December. As 2021 comes to a close, a country weary from a prolonged pandemic braces for what is certain to be another year of extremes. I'm Al Roker, NBC News.
Al, thank you. Now, we're just starting to look back at 2021, including what happened a mere 6 days in. The Capitol riot rocked D.C. and the country, and its reverberations continue almost a year later.
Plus, Blast Off, the new frontiers in space that will have historians talking for years to come.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin. Here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
One of the most memorable stories I've covered this year was the massive protest that erupted across Cuba in July. This year, we witnessed a movement never before seen in our lifetimes. Cubans pushed to the brink by the pandemic, a shortage of basic food and supplies. They rose up and they demanded that their communist government change and that it deliver freedom for the Cuban people. People who only until a few short years ago really weren't even allowed to own their own cell phones. Cubans wanted a new vision for their country, and they wanted to be the authors of what that vision and what that future really looked like. And the world listened, we listened, and we told their story.
Welcome back to our NBC News Now special as we look back at 2021.
Perhaps the most consequential day of the year happened less than a week into the new year, January 6th. It was a day that tested our democracy and will live on in the American consciousness for years.
NBC's Frank Thorpe takes a look back at the deadly insurrection at the Capitol and the fallout that continues 1 year later.
Are there any objections to January 6, 2021, a day designed by the founders to be forgettable, now seared in our collective memory? It started when Congress gathered to count the Electoral College votes to seal Joe Biden's election victory. Any other year, just a formality, but this time, a catch. Outside the White House, then President Trump pushing his vice president to overturn the election results.
And I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
The crowd, fueled by repeated lies from the President of the United States and others that the election was stolen, marching to the Capitol. For the next 4 hours, a shocking siege.
Down the steps.
Lawmakers narrowly escaping. Officer Eugene Goodman seen here drawing rioters away from senators huddled close by. Shots fired right outside the House chamber. A rioter killed by police. A Confederate flag in the Capitol. Bipartisan pleas for Mr. Trump to tell his supporters to stand down. Hours later, this video.
So go home. We love you. You're very special.
By 8 p.m. that night, the building had been cleared, lawmakers returning to finish the job. For what purpose does... Then Vice President Pence rejected his boss's demands and declared victory for President Biden. Joseph R. Biden, Jr. of the state of Delaware has received 306 votes. The riot left rooms ransacked, glass shattered, and lawmakers reeling. Democrats quickly voting to impeach President Trump for inciting an insurrection, making him the first president in American history to be impeached twice. The Capitol was fortified with thousands of federal troops lining the halls for the first time since the Civil War. And on January 20th, as President Trump refused to attend, Joe Biden became the 46th president of the United States.
We need all our strength to persevere through this dark winter.
As Mr. Biden went to work, Congress turned to accountability. But in the Senate's impeachment trial, Mr. Trump was acquitted, with 43 Republicans, including Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, choosing not to convict a former president.
We have no power to convict and disqualify a former office holder who is now a private citizen.
The rioters themselves facing justice almost immediately. Federal prosecutors scrubbing social media for evidence, alleged rioters found in all 50 states. The investigation so far resulting in 700 arrests, over 150 guilty pleas, and dozens of convictions. By the summer, even as fences came down and physical damage was repaired, invisible scars remained.
I got to sit down and really reflect on what happened. I think that sticks with me the most. I felt sad, anger, just there were a lot of emotions going through my mind. I'm still trying to process it.
If you were fighting that day, I don't think this will ever feel normal. Every time I was still walking in here, I think, okay, that's where this happened. And I can't get, it's hard to get that out of your mind because it was such a traumatic experience for a lot of people.
Some Democrats finding it harder and harder to work across the aisle.
Before deciding whether to co-sponsor legislation with a Republican, we always check whether they voted to certify the results or not.
Some Republicans rewriting history.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
With Republicans stopping a bipartisan 9/11-style commission from forming, a bipartisan Senate probe found that Capitol Police lacked the resources and training needed to respond. Federal agencies failed to warn law enforcement officials of key intelligence, and miscommunication led to a delay in the National Guard being deployed.
We all remember the haunting words of an officer on the radio that day asking, "Does anyone have a plan?" The answer, sadly, was no.
And in the House, the creation of a select committee, with just 2 Republicans placed on the committee by Speaker Pelosi.
The American people deserve to know what happened. The people who did this must be held accountable.
It's an egregious abuse of power. Pelosi has broken this institution.
The committee issuing over 50 subpoenas and voting to ask the Justice Department to charge former Trump staff with contempt of Congress. The committee's work expected to last months into the new year, hoping to find answers to how a day no one thought could happen brought American democracy to the brink. Frank Thorpe, NBC News, the Capitol.
Turning now to the new president. Ever since Joe Biden took the oath of office in January, he's had to face challenges known and unknown. COVID, Afghanistan, the economy, and climate change.
But with all that on the agenda, was he able to keep the promises that got him elected in the first place? NBC White House correspondent Monica Alba takes a look.
Every president's first year in office tests the power of promise, marked with campaign pledges kept and those still unfulfilled.
We're going to keep up the fight until we get it done.
Before Joe Biden was even sworn in, he knew the coronavirus pandemic would largely define the beginning of his term.
To heal, we must remember.
Honoring the hundreds of thousands dead on the eve of his inauguration.
This is Democracy's Day, a day of history and hope.
The Biden-Harris administration launching a massive effort to get Americans vaccinated.
It's time to act. We can reduce suffering in this country.
Leading to the president's first legislative victory in March in the form of a $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill. As 100 days in office marked more than 100 million COVID vaccine shots administered.
Go get vaccinated, America.
Still, many refuse to roll up their sleeves, even as new variants brought spikes and surges.
It's become a political issue, which is a sad, sad commentary.
The Biden administration's vaccine mandates for federal workers, contractors, and private businesses challenged in courts.
It's not about just go and get the vaccine. It's about having the choice to get it.
Rules and enforcement across the country a tangled web as U.S. COVID deaths topped 800,000 and normal never quite returned.
Do not wait. Go get your booster if it's time for you to do so.
Overseas, high-stakes challenges on the world stage as the U.S. rejoined the Paris Agreement, the international treaty on climate change.
The United States is determined to re-engage with Europe.
While also placing sanctions on Russia ahead of a critical face-to-face summit with Vladimir Putin in Switzerland. Yet it was Afghanistan that would move front and center after the president announced his decision to withdraw all troops from the country by the 20th anniversary of September 11th.
We'll do it responsibly, deliberately, and safely.
Underestimating how quickly the Taliban would take control, resulting in a chaotic and deadly evacuation.
I am President of the United States of America, and the buck stops with me. But I do not regret my decision to end America's war fighting in Afghanistan.
The president followed up on his pledge to combat global warming at a major UN summit in Glasgow.
We meet with the eyes of history upon us.
Climate also a key part of the president's domestic agenda, revoking a permit for the Keystone XL pipeline and halting new energy leasing in Alaska's Arctic National Wildlife Refuge. Also keeping his word when appointing a diverse cabinet and repealing the ban on transgender personnel in the armed forces.
Transgender personnel, if qualified in every other way, can serve their government in the United States military.
On Capitol Hill, after months of negotiations and Democratic infighting, a scaled-back $1.2 trillion infrastructure bill is signed into law.
America's moving again, and your life is going to change for the better.
While the second half of the president's economic agenda, a massive social spending and climate plan, is now in limbo with no clear path forward, along with other major priorities still stalled in Congress.
Free the vote!
Like voting rights.
The people need the FOR! The People Act!
Police reform.
Ain't no justice in this town!
Creating a pathway to citizenship.
The promise of protection for immigrant families. Nothing has changed.
And making Roe v. Wade the law of the land.
Abortion still needs to be legal.
With much still unfinished, the president will now take the country into a new year of change and challenges ahead of the critical 2022 midterm elections. Monica Alba, NBC News, the White House.
Coming up, how Britney, Adele, and Taylor got their groove back in 2021. A look at the pop culture moments that we can't stop talking about. But first, billionaires in space, the next frontier in the final frontier.
One of the most memorable stories I covered this year was about NFTs. NFTs, you say? Non-fungible tokens, which of course is what I was saying. What is a non-fungible token? But what we have discovered is this is going mainstream. It's kind of like back in the early 90s when Katie Couric asked, Internet, what's Internet? Well, NFTs are here, and apparently they're here to stay with great value.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right? Nathan Chen equals power because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Cruzes. See? Power.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the GolfNow app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. GolfNow. Download the app and go play.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas. For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
Welcome back to our NBC News Now special. Goodbye 2021, a year to remember and forget as we look back on the past year.
It was a landmark time for space exploration with small steps and giant leaps made on many fronts. And we're not just talking about the billionaire space race. Here's NBC's Tom Costello with more.
10, 9, 8,
7, 6, 5, 4.
From New Mexico to Texas to Florida, put 2021 down as the year the private space race came roaring off the pad.
To the next generation of dreamers, if we can do this, just imagine what you can do.
Billionaires Richard Branson, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk bringing commercial space travel one rocket ride closer for all of us back here on Earth. On his first trip, Bezos brought along 82-year-old Wally Funk, one of the original female Mercury astronauts who never flew. Then Captain Kirk himself, 90-year-old William Shatner, choked up with emotion after landing back on Earth.
What you have given me is the most profound experience I can imagine.
Godspeed Inspiration 4.
On September 15th, it was the 4 civilian astronauts on board a SpaceX rocket who made history on a 3-day orbit around the world.
We can see the entire perimeter of the Earth, which is so beautiful.
The trip, part of a fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital, where crew member Haley Arsenault was treated for cancer as a child. But with prices starting at $250,000 per seat, space tourism is still way out of reach for most of us Earthlings.
It's important to you that this becomes accessible to everybody.
That's why we started it. I mean, I think ultimately the price will come down to a level where an awful lot of people will be able to do it.
But Bezos and Musk aren't content with joyrides around the Earth. Musk's SpaceX has won a NASA contract for its Starship to carry astronauts to the surface of the moon. That same system could eventually fly onto Mars. And Jeff Bezos planning to build a commercial space station called Orbital Reef, a sort of floating business park. While the commercial space race is hot and at full throttle, the U.S. is not alone. China is putting astronauts in space, already building its own space station, with plans to put humans on the moon as soon as 2030. And then there's Mars, the ultimate goal. This year, NASA pulled off yet another first. After landing a rover on the surface, it flew a helicopter, a drone really, over the Martian surface. Here's NASA's animation. And here's the actual chopper flight. So far from Earth, it had to fly itself, making 500 calculations per second.
We have done it. This is the first time I've been able to say we've done it.
It's a vast universe holding billions of galaxies and hundreds of billions of planets. So what are the chances that we're not alone, that life exists on at least one of those planets? The problem? We humans love sci-fi, and we tend to think of aliens as the characters we see on TV and in the movies.
E.T. phone home.
Our understanding of life doesn't mean that we understand all the options or all the possibilities of the various life forms that may be out there.
Absolutely true. Yes, just because we understand our own life doesn't mean that we know what to predict of how life might form in another different environment.
But have aliens already visited us?
There's a whole fleet of them.
What about the UFO sightings from credible sources like Navy pilots? Astrophysicist Adam Frank is a sympathetic skeptic.
Why do UFOs always look like exactly what we'd expect them to look like from all the movies we've watched, right? As I like to say, if it sounds like a science fiction story, it is.
Frank believes life probably does exist beyond Earth, but he hasn't seen compelling evidence that they've visited Earth yet. If there is intelligent life out there, experts say it is probably many light years away. And each light year is at least a 37,000-year journey. So we're talking about 100,000 years to get there, or maybe even further. So you better pack an overnight bag. Tom Costello, NBC News in Washington.
Coming up, Pop Goes the Year. From Britney to Simone, Squid Game to the Royals. The moments that stunned, shocked, and captivated us in 2021. And speaking of the Royals...
One of the most memorable stories for me over the past year was really the death of Prince Philip. This was a huge historical figure, a man who stood alongside the Queen for more than 70 years, who had a front row seat to so many historic events. I remember his grandchildren paying tribute to him, us getting to know the man through them. Prince Harry calling him the master of the barbecue. That line will always stick with me. And Prince William saying that he was really the heart of this royal family. This was a COVID funeral, and for a family really that is so tied to ceremony and pageantry, it was so simple. Behind palace walls, staying true to the essence of a man who said he didn't want to fuss.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mikaela Shiffrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Mikaela. Better do it fast.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Michaela Schifrin. With just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Go ahead, this is it.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
One of the most important stories I covered this year was the movement to free Britney Spears. My coverage began in June at the courthouse. We all heard as Britney described for the very first time in stunning detail what she endured under that 13-year conservatorship. That set off a legal domino effect, which ultimately culminated in a celebration outside that same courthouse in December, celebrating a free Britney. But key questions remain, namely, how did this happen to one of the biggest superstars in the world? We all witnessed in 2008 her very public breakdown, which resulted in the conservatorship. We knew she was under the control of her father, but we also saw as she went back to work, performing for thousands, earning millions, and it was really only a small group of her most ardent supporters persistently asking the question, what is going on here? So what does that say about pop culture, and what does that say about the media?
2021 was a big year in pop culture, from the breakout shows and music to the moments that captured us all. And of course, we can't forget about Britney.
No, and joining us now to recap 2021's major entertainment headlines is Brian Balthazar. He's a pop culture expert and entertainment journalist. We also have with us Brianne Heldman. She's a senior editor at People. Good to have you both with us. Let's start with the breakouts in TV and music. I want to start with TV, and two of the shows that come to mind, we got Ted Lasso, and we've got The Squid Game, two shows that are not at all alike at all. What do you think was the appeal? Like Squid Game, Brian, why was it so appealing?
Wow, well, I think it came out of nowhere for most of us. And this is a concept that's really dark. So you would fall in love with the show and then have to explain to someone, well, it's kind of like the systematic execution of contestants trying to win money. But honestly, it's just so out of nowhere. You would never think, oh, I'm going to watch this dubbed over show and be completely drawn in. Unexpected twists and turns, great performances, and a plot like you've never really seen before, and really reflective of a weird time that we're living in, truly.
Yeah, it says something about our minds right now.
Yeah, it really does. It really
On the flip side, you got Ted Lasso.
Wow, I mean, these two shows couldn't be more opposite. Ted Lasso is the nice guy show, where people live and they win sports ball games.
It's a technical term, right?
Yeah. You know, this has had a huge year. It had its second season, won a bunch of Emmys. Jason Sudeikis is on a roll with this series. It's so kind.
It's a 2022 watch for me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's talk about music, and I guess you can't talk about music without talking about two of the biggest names. You got Adele and you got Taylor Swift, both putting out albums about love and heartbreak and crying and all those things. They just can't do anything wrong, can they?
I mean, can we talk about Adele? This is not a person who releases an album every year. or every other year. Her last one was 5 years ago. So when she drops something, she's taken a lot of time on it, and you know you're going to love it. The ramp up, just the emotional preparation we all have to do. We're all like buying our tissues and things. But then she's got this amazing audience on TV, an audience with Adele. And she's the first artist this year to have sold 1 million albums, actually, the first one of this year, which is really remarkable since it just came out in November. And of course, now she has a Vegas residency where she's going to arguably make as much money as she's going to make from the album itself this
crazy.
year.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're the biggest Taylor fan, but Will.
I was thinking this year what is amazing is to get a 10-minute version of a song that she wrote years ago and to get that, something that we'd all been waiting for if you're a Swiftie, like I admittedly am.
Absolutely. It was wild. Taylor put out so much music this year, capping the year with the re-release of Taylor's version of All Too Well, the 10-minute version. You know, Taylor is known for throwing Easter eggs all over her lyrics, pointing all over the place to who the song's about and how they did her dirty. And, you know, I'm like Dionne Warwick. I want to know when that scarf is getting returned.
Exactly. All right, that's a good one. Okay, now let's talk about some moments that really did just kind of shock us, move us. First one, Simone Biles pulling out of competition at the Olympics. Just walk us through kind of what kind of effect that had.
Well, this is a first, really. I mean, I think the world, the U.S. in particular, had hugely high expectations for Simone Biles, and no one felt those expectations more than her. And this was the first time we really saw someone poised to win it all step back and say, I need to do something for myself. Despite all that you want from me right now, I can't live up to that. I'm going to do what's right for me. And she's the most decorated Olympic female medalist there is. So she winning Athlete of the Year from Time Magazine is really a credit to being the best at what you do, but also knowing when you need to be the best at taking care of yourself.
Absolutely, and such an important moment to discuss the importance of mental health, which also comes into the next question that I have for you, Brianne. This interview with Harry and Meghan and Oprah, and just what it exposed they had been going through. I mean, really, I think the ripple effects of that and the conversation around it cannot be overstated. Tell me about what you thought about that.
No, it really, they opened up about their mental health. Meghan spoke about even contemplating suicide at one point while she was still living in London. They opened up about having babies and dropped some real bombs about the royal family and how the royal family had treated them.
And people, it shows that they were still very fascinated by the royals because 17 million people watched that Oprah interview, showing so whether you love them, hate them, or fascinated by them, people are really into that story and want to know more. And this is the first time we really got a look kind of behind the curtain of what's going on there.
Not polished by them.
Wild.
And another story that just got so much attention is Britney Spears. She was in that conservatorship for more than 10 years. Finally freed from it. Starts with the New York Times documentary, step by step. It gets to where she is now. I mean, this is a huge moment, isn't it?
13 years in the making. Can you imagine? She spent her entire 30s kind of being ruled by these adults who may or may not have been taking advantage of her, taking her money. It's all still coming out, and now we get to see what being an adult looks like for Britney Spears. She has said she has no intention of touring again, but will she put out music? She is engaged, so maybe 2022 will bring us a wedding for Britney Spears, and hopefully it'll all just be happy, good, smooth sailing for her.
There's also one we've gotten to now see behind the curtain with her actually being able to post what she wants on her social media.
And the power of the fans. The fans really drove this movement. I mean, they refused to believe that it was all that we saw on Instagram and Facebook, and they were very vocal about it. And then the power of a documentary to show and get people to pay attention. And we've seen that before, how documentaries and the power of television, like we're watching right now streaming, is really, it can drive people to act in a really spectacular way, and Britney herself has said what a credit it is to the fans that they fought for her. It's remarkable.
All right, Brian Balthazar and Brianne Helpman, thank you so much for joining us. This was a fun segment to close out the year. Before we go, here's a look back at some of the most powerful pictures of the past 12 months.
Photo editors at NBCNews.com curated a gallery of images capturing the highs, the lows, and some of the most significant moments of 2021.
That does it for our NBC News Now special. Goodbye 2021, a year to remember and forget. Thanks for watching.
Let's Up 2022 is full of things that are unforgettable in a good way. We hope you, your family, and loved ones had a wonderful holiday. Happy New Year.
She was a person out of a 40s film noir movie.
With a life full of mystery to match.
She was a stunner physically. She was able to say jump, and the men would say how high.
Married to a wealthy lawyer.
He always said, she has this hold over me.
But there was someone she seemed even closer to.
They bought matching underwear together.
They shared everything.
They're eating together, they're sleeping in the same bed together, she's living at her house.
Did they also share a deadly secret?
It was a love triangle, and one of them had to go.
But was it her idea?
Oh my God. It seemed like a good idea at the time, guys. Oh my God.
Or hers? And who would take the fall for evil?
How deep a hole did you dig? Not deep enough, obviously.
Here's Keith Morrison with Poison.
It was September 11th, 2001. Just about everybody knows where they were that awful day. Like the glamorous trio that was traveling north through California's Yosemite National Park. Even as the rest of the world's attention was focused on New York City, they were intent on their own urgent needs, their desires, their fears, their deadly love triangle. So they probably didn't appreciate the passing wonders, the astonishing cliffs, the waterfalls, the giant sequoias, any more than the one in the back seat, through fading eyes, saw anything at all. Here is one of them. His name was Larry McNabney, and he was a tall, handsome man, a well-known and respected attorney from Nevada. A personal injury specialist, made buckets of money, loved the big life, loved being in control.
There was never a hair out of place. There wasn't dust on his desk. His pen was always in the same spot.
Larry's daughter, Tavia, was crazy about him, in awe of his type A personality, his joy of life, his courtroom presence.
Not an ounce of shyness. He commanded the courtroom.
I've been a trial lawyer for over 20 years. Larry's longtime friend, Fred Atchison.
He could open 50 files a month in personal injury litigation, which made him a rich man.
But nobody's perfect, of course. And for all of Larry's unquestioned talents, the man carried around with him a raft of corresponding demons.
I know he had a difficult childhood, and that a lot of your personality is shaped when you're a child.
And as an adult, Larry struggled with alcohol and women. He married and divorced several times.
It was like a void he was trying to fill, and he never could fill it.
In fact, from time to time, Larry had gone on benders and just vanished, weeks at a time. And everybody would worry and wonder, and sure enough, he'd show up again.
I had a T-shirt made up once, yellow with black letters saying, "Where is Larry McNabney?"
But then, finally, Larry, well into his 40s, seemed to get his act together for real. He set up a new office in Las Vegas. Everything clicked, possibly for an attractive reason, as Tavia discovered.
I went by the office one day, and he said, "I have someone I want you to meet." He said, "This is Elisa."
Elisa, 17 years younger than Larry, and he was in love.
And he said, "She's just fun and vivacious, and she's young, and it's just, we have a good time."
Tavia didn't stand in the way. She wanted her dad to be happy.
And we welcomed the new person in. It's my dad, so I didn't want anything that would inhibit me from spending time with him.
And he really cared for this woman.
He did.
Larry and Elisa thrived, both personally and professionally. They got married. Elisa became his office manager. They opened up a firm in Sacramento, California, another big success. So they hired a young, attractive college student named Sarah Dutra, the outgoing daughter of deeply religious parents. who soon became a friend as well as a sort of personal and office assistant. And together, Elisa and Larry enjoyed the high life.
She was into the same thing that Larry loved, and style. And they went out and bought Viper cars together.
They also shared Larry's newest passion, quarter horses.
Larry would show horses and show himself, which fit in with Larry looking good and feeling good.
Larry could do more of what he liked, while young Sarah pitched in to help Elisa run the business end of Larry's law practice. Just about perfect. Though Larry's friend Fred was a bit of a stick in the mud about it.
The fact that she took control of his business allowed him to engage in drinking and partying.
Which is not really what Larry needed.
No, he didn't need that, because his appetites would run amok.
So when, after nearly 7 years of marriage, Larry suddenly dropped out of sight, close friends weren't extremely alarmed at first. After all, Larry had gone on drunken benders before. But this time, as days stretched into weeks, it seemed different, extremely odd. Ginger Miller started working at the law firm as a secretary in September 2001, just about the time Larry went missing. Elisa kept the business going in his absence, but couldn't seem to settle on what the staff should tell people about Larry.
I was told to tell his kids and different people in his family different things. So I was told that he was golfing or skiing, someplace they probably couldn't get a hold of him at.
So it was all obvious BS.
Yeah, because, and then if it was a client, I would have to say that he was working on the deposition, he was with another client, he had to fly out.
Larry's kids didn't know what to think.
And I said to my brother, this doesn't sound right. Why do the stories keep changing?
October arrived, still no Larry. Thanksgiving. In December, he was always with family on his birthday. But still no sign of Larry McNabney.
I didn't get a good feeling. And what I worried about was, had something gone wrong and Dad was scared and he took off?
Had Larry offended the wrong person? Tavia had a friend in law enforcement who told her,
you have to look at it two ways. Either if he's in hiding, he's not going to be happy you found him, because obviously he's hiding for a reason, or something's happened to him.
Meanwhile, back at the office, Ginger was hearing things, worrisome things, until she just couldn't keep it in anymore.
I went to the sheriff's department. I wasn't sure what to do, so I just asked for a piece of paper, and I slid it under the window.
Detectives got her note all right, and thus figured they should have a chat with Elisa McNabney. But by the time they went looking for her, just like Larry, she was gone.
Coming up.
She was a person out of a 40s film noir movie. She was a stunner physically, but more importantly, she had a control over men that just amazed me.
When Dateline continues.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt. Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome to The Tonight Show. Let me show you how it's done. I don't want to be a Lego.
Nathan Chen equals power, because every time he does one of these, he's hit with forces 7 times his body weight. 945 pounds? That's 4 Terry Crewses. See? Power.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
Wednesday, January 5th, the new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
By the dawn of 2002, while the rest of us were getting used to a post-9/11 new normal, it seemed pretty clear that something very abnormal must have happened to that successful personal injury attorney, Larry McNabney. Nobody had seen him in 5 months. He'd never been on a bender for this long. And now his wife, Elisa, was missing too. By this time, Ginger had dropped off her note at the sheriff's office, and detectives were poking around in the abandoned remains of Larry's law practice, talking to employees like Sarah Dutra, the attractive 21-year-old art student from Sacramento State who worked at the McNabney law firm as an office secretary. She brought her little dog Ralph with her to the sheriff's office. Sarah told the detectives that she and Elisa had become close friends, and so she, Sarah, certainly noticed how erratic Elisa became after Larry went missing.
Things were starting to not seem right. Like, Elisa wouldn't come to work all the time there,
Sarah confirmed what Ginger Miller said, that Elisa kept changing her explanations for Larry's whereabouts. And Sarah said she saw Elisa signing Larry's name on checks and day-to-day business transactions.
I figured she's keeping this business going for him, so he can go play or do whatever he's doing.
In early January 2002, said Sarah, Elisa planned a trip to Arizona to attend a horse show. And in the absence of Larry, invited Sarah to go along.
I was going to fly down the next day, and she told me your ticket's paid for and all that.
But when Sarah got to the airport, the ticket was not paid for.
So then you called her cell phone number. And what did you get? Nothing. It was, this number is no longer in use.
And that was that, said Sarah. She hadn't heard from Elisa since.
I actually called Ginger and I said, Ginger, I'm going to look for a new job. I don't know about you, but Elisa's gone.
Thomas Testa was the San Joaquin County prosecutor. He'd handled a number of missing persons cases, and so when he heard about the case of Larry and Elisa McNabney, he gravitated toward it.
He was an attorney with a caseload who just disappeared. This isn't someone who's a homeless person who just vanishes and you think maybe they took a Greyhound and went to Nevada.
Testa began by taking a good hard look at Elisa.
She was a person out of a 40s film noir movie, in that she was a stunner physically. Everyone said that, but more importantly, she had a control over men that just amazed me. She was able to say, jump, and the men would say, how high?
It certainly seemed true for Larry, so said his old friend Fred Atchison.
She was controlling him to the extent that she was keeping him away from his family and his former friends.
Did that include the relationship he had with you?
No question about
You
it.
found yourself shut out?
Yeah.
So did Larry's daughter, Tavia.
Elisa completely cut me out of the picture, and I was devastated.
But why? Why was Elisa keeping Larry away from his family and friends? What did she have to hide?
He called me up once on the phone and said, Fred, I don't know who she is. And, you know, I thought he meant, well, we don't really ever know who our spouses are deep down. And he said, no, I don't even know if this is who she is, if her name is what she says it is or anything.
By then, said Fred, Larry had discovered ample reason to stop trusting Elisa.
He couldn't keep his wallet in his pants.
He told you that?
Yeah. She would steal money out of his wallet. He had to hide his wallet in his own house.
Turned out she was also stealing from the law firm.
She'd ripped him off.
For how much? Any idea?
Over $100,000.
Larry told Fred all about his troubles with Elisa. And yet, he kept her around. Not like he hadn't divorced women before, but not this one. Tavia didn't get it.
I mean, he always said she has this hold over me, and I never understood what that meant.
And Larry's comments to Fred about not knowing his wife? Well, his suspicions turned out to be true. A little research told detectives that the real woman behind the name Elisa McNabney had a considerable criminal rap sheet, including stolen property, credit card fraud, grand theft.
She really had a way of ingratiating herself with men and using her female charms, and she was very, very good at it. She was a true con artist.
So was Elisa just conning Larry? Surely, thought Fred, she wouldn't have done away with him, would she?
It wouldn't make any sense, even for a dedicated polecat to do anything like that, because he was the goose that laid the golden egg. It wouldn't make any sense whatsoever.
It was a farm worker who noticed a flock of vultures or buzzards drifting above one of these grape fields. Saw something sticking out of the ground.
And soon, a missing persons case turned into something much, much worse and considerably more bizarre.
When Dateline continues.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf now. Download the app and go play.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
There's no better place for fun with friends, quality time with your little golf buddy, or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple of drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed. New season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It was February 2002. A remote vineyard up in the northern end of California's Central Valley. A farm worker checking the outer reaches of a giant field of grape couldn't help but see the big birds wheeling round and round. Something out there.
Vultures were circling. He spotted the vultures, and so he went out to see what they were circling.
Investigator Javier Ramos and Lieutenant Robert Bookwalter worked with the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department at the time. They were among the first on the scene.
Must be some dead animal or something out there.
Well, I believe he said that. That's what he figured he was going to find. Just some dead animal out there.
But it wasn't a dead animal. The leg that was sticking out of the ground was decidedly human. And soon Larry's daughter Tavia heard the news.
I got a call from the Sheriff's Department. I felt myself get really hot and nauseous. And she said that the body they found, the dental records, it was him. And I remember, I never swear, and I yelled out this cuss word. And I slammed down the phone and I just started shaking. It was a moment in time that I've never felt such anguish.
It's still raw even now.
It is, because I thought, I don't know, I guess I was hoping he was in hiding.
Very fortunate that the body was discovered, and now we can move on and investigate it as a homicide.
Tavia's hopes crushed. Police had ample proof now, 5 months after he vanished, that Larry had been murdered and left to rot out here in the middle of nowhere.
There weren't any stab wounds or any bullet holes.
There were no obvious signs of Larry's cause of death, so they looked further and found something very unusual.
The medical examiner was able to find out that the cause of death was poisoning with a horse tranquilizer.
Horse tranquilizer?
Yes.
Now that was strange. But get this.
He'd been dead for an extended period of time. However, the body had not decomposed consistent with the time frame that we were looking at.
Meaning?
Meaning that it was preserved, kept cold.
One of the first things that I thought is, where would the person that killed Larry, where would they have access to like a walk-in refrigerator, large enough to hold a human body?
Detectives wanted answers, and so did Larry's daughter, Tavia, who sometimes believed she could hear her father in her sleep.
When I would go to sleep at night, I would wake up and I would hear him calling for me to help him. And I didn't know what to do. And I didn't understand what was going on.
Sometimes people get a sense of knowing either what or who was responsible. Did you?
I knew Elisa had done something.
Larry's much younger wife, Elisa. She'd vanished a few months after he did, and now that Larry was dead, she was the prime suspect in his murder. Sheriff's deputies and the FBI finally tracked her down in March 2002 in Florida.
She cut her hair short and changed her name.
Elisa was now going by the name of Shane Ivoroni and was working as a paralegal at a Florida law firm.
Elisa was a very smart person. She had, I believe, 140 IQ.
She could talk anybody into anything.
Right.
But now that she was finally exposed for the con artist she was and was in custody, Elisa decided to tell her story, starting, at long last, with her legal name.
And my full name is Lauren, L-A-R-E-N. L-A-R-E-N. My middle name is Renee, R-E-N-E-E. Okay. My maiden name was Sims, S-I-M-S. Okay. And Elisa, where's that coming from? Change, or you just wanted a different name? No, I left Florida. I was a fugitive from Florida.
Elisa, or Lauren, was from Massachusetts and was a mother of two. She was wanted in Florida for violating probation on a burglary and theft charge and had been on the run for 9 years, she said. She eventually settled in Las Vegas, where she met Larry and by this time had changed her name to Elisa. She told the police that she was at the horse show in Arizona when she found out police wanted to talk to her about Larry. And so she took off in her Jaguar, drove from state to state.
Where were you headed at this point? I didn't just away.
So, with the preliminaries out of the way, now came the big question. What happened to Larry McNabney? Elisa, without hesitation and without even being asked, spilled the beans.
Did I kill my husband? Yes, I killed my husband.
There it was. No apology, no evasion. She simply confessed to killing her husband, Larry McNabney. But, and this was a but with a capital B, that wasn't the whole story. Not even close.
Coming up, did Elisa have help?
She couldn't throw him in the whole lot. Yeah, and I was freaking out.
When Dateline continues.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin?
Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. It's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead, this is it, right?
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. linked military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I'm Larry both. Nice to spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from The Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
There is a purity to confession, a real cleansing of the soul. And now, after months on the lam, Elisa McNabney, a.k.a. Lauren Renee Sims, etc., was finally in custody and offloading the secrets of a lifetime. Didn't hold back. Yes, she killed Larry, her husband of nearly 7 years, she said. But it wasn't her idea.
I said, I don't know what you're gonna do. And she said, we have to kill him. And I said, I can't kill him.
She said? Who was this other woman who pushed Elisa to commit murder? Turned out detectives had already talked with her. Remember Sarah Dutra, the young secretary, Elisa's friend, who came in with her little dog and had been so helpful to detectives after Larry and Elisa disappeared? Now Elisa was saying that killing Larry was Sarah's idea.
I never would have thought that up on my own.
Elisa told the story this way. Larry was a heavy drinker and drug user. He was abusive, she claimed, and she feared for her life. One day, she said, she confided in her young friend, Sarah, and Sarah said there was just one thing to do: kill Larry McNabney. And now, in this 3-hour-long interview, Elisa went into detail after gruesome detail of how she and Sarah did it. Elisa and Larry were at a horse show in Los Angeles, she said, and Sarah flew down to meet them, or rather to meet Elisa, since Larry didn't like Sarah, said Elisa.
And what did you guys decide to do with him? We said, if we kill him, nobody's gonna miss him. Were you gonna do it like that day, or were you gonna do it some other time in the future, or when were you guys planning on doing it? Right then. Right then and there. Yeah.
That was September 9th, 2001. According to Elisa, Larry had already passed out after imbibing a little horse tranquilizer on his own for fun. So Sarah decided, according to Elisa, to just give him more. And no one would ever find out.
Oh my God. It seemed like a good idea at the time, you guys. Oh my God. It's so horrible to think of taking somebody's life.
While Larry slept, said Elisa, she and Sarah squirted drops of horse tranquilizer into his mouth. But Larry didn't die. Instead, the next day on September 10th, Larry got up, showed his horse, and then went right back to bed.
Next morning, he's like lying there, and I thought he was dead. And so I wake Sarah up, and I say, I think he's dead, and she pushes him, and she said, no, he's not dead.
But he was so heavily drugged, he couldn't walk.
So we went down the street and rented a wheelchair. And I got him dressed and put him in the wheelchair. And we rolled him out to my truck, our truck, and put him in the backseat of the truck. And we drove.
This, by the way, was September 11th, 2001. Everyone else in the known world preoccupied elsewhere. Well, Elisa and Sarah drove north through California with Larry slowly dying in the back seat of the truck.
We stopped in Yosemite, somewhere in Yosemite, and Sarah got out and started digging a hole, and he was alive, okay? And I freaked
She was
out.
gonna throw him in the hole alive.
Yeah, and I was freaking out. I said, we can't put him in there, he's alive. We can't do that.
So, she said, they drove on. They thought Larry would die in the car, but he didn't. So when they finally made it back to Larry and Elisa's home near Sacramento, Larry was slipping in and out of consciousness, still alive.
And then like 6 o'clock in the morning rolls around, the sun starts coming up, and Sarah was asleep late, you know, and so I immediately go up there, and he was dead.
That was the morning of September 12th.
And Sarah said, well, we can't leave him lying here, so we take the sheet that he was lying on, and we wrapped it around him. And then we took duct tape and wrapped it around him, and he was like in a crouched position. And then, but in my garage, he had this blind refrigerator, you know, like a regular refrigerator, but he ordinarily kept wine in it. So we took the wine out of it, and we took the racks out of it, and we put it in it.
They stuffed Larry's body in the refrigerator while they decided what to do with it.
We talked about burying him in the backyard. We talked about burying him over my trainers. We talked about taking him in the desert and burning the body.
But they couldn't quite decide. And so they kept Larry's body in the refrigerator for 3 months. And then they decided to take it to Las Vegas. Find someplace there to bury it.
How much does he weigh?
He weighed about a lot.
I'm having a hard time seeing you two picking up this big guy.
We laid a trailer tire down in front of the refrigerator, open the refrigerator door, lay the trailer tire down, slide him out, put him on the trailer tire, and then back the jag up really close to the trailer tire, and then it was only like that much difference, so then we just pushed, you know, like
off the tire into the trunk.
Exactly, and he was like shaped like this, you know. So then we put him in the trunk, and he was like this, and we closed the trunk, and we went to Las Vegas.
En route to Las Vegas, with their 2 dogs in the back seat, Larry in the trunk, along with 2 shovels. Once there, Sarah hung out at a hotel with the dogs. Elisa went out looking for a burial place for Larry. But when she started digging, she said, the ground was too hard.
And so I went back to the hotel and told her I can't do it. You know, and all this time he's in the trunk, you know, and valet's parking us, and it's not good, you know.
So, Elisa said, they drove back to California. And the next morning, at 4 o'clock, she drove out to a vineyard, dug a hole, and buried him.
How deep a hole did you dig?
Not deep enough, obviously.
That was Elisa's story. And just a few hours after she finished telling it, California detectives hauled in Sarah Dutra, the alleged driver of the whole plot. And her story? Well, it was a little different.
Coming up,
Is Sarah Dutra a cold-blooded killer or an innocent who was just trying to survive?
God. I didn't want to end up like him.
When Dateline continues.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it at night.
I'm Terry Crews, Team USA superfan. Shaun White, what are you trying to prove? You've already won more snowboarding golds than anyone else, ever. Maybe you're trying to prove you only get better with age, like a fine cheese or yogurt.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. With the Golf Now app, family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone, get out and enjoy. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Is this an issue about guns or is this an issue about social justice? This supply chain issue has been a problem for months. Do you concur that this is going to get worse before it gets better? The question is, are you now more open to packing the court? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas.
For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
Michaela Schifrin, with just one more gold medal, she'll have more than any American alpine skier in history. She's climbed the mountain of this sport. Almost time to come down for more gold, Michaela. Better do it fast.
There's no better place for fun with friends. Quality time with your little golf buddy. Or an afternoon alone together. Family and friends are just a tap away. Just pick your course, pay from your phone. Golf Now. Download the app and go play.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
I'm here tonight to encourage you to let the chips fall where the chips fall. Do not protect Elisa anymore. Don't protect yourself either. Just tell the truth.
Is she like incriminating me somehow?
Sarah Dutra appeared confused. No little dog to keep her company now. Her close friend Elisa McNabney had confessed to murdering her husband Larry and claimed that Sarah, just 21 years old at the time, not only helped with the murder, but was actually the driving force behind it.
What do you think Elisa's doing right about now? she is lying about what really happened. Are you a cold-blooded killer? Or are you somebody that got caught up in some stuff and made some mistakes?
They confronted her with Elisa's written confession.
Basically, it says, I, Lauren Jordan, along with Sarah Dutra, planned to overdose Larry McNabney with horse tranquilizer.
No, I'm not denying. I'm not denying that conversation couldn't have happened, but I never thought that she would have carried it out and taken me along with her unknowingly. She's evil, and she's trying to do this to pull me down with her because she's been jealous of me. I know she has.
Explain that to me then. Why is she doing this? Make me believe it, Sarah.
Because she's an evil person. Anyone who can kill her husband is evil.
Sarah Dutra broke down and told detectives her side of the story. And in this version, it was Elisa, not Sarah, who was the cold-blooded killer. It was Elisa, she said, who dosed Larry with horse tranquilizer. Elisa, who ordered Sarah to bury him in Yosemite, even before he was dead.
To get out and grab the shovel and go check that ground. I said, God, get out.
Okay.
I want you to know I was so afraid to not do what she wanted me to.
Elisa, who was eerily calm when Larry finally did expire.
And he was laying there on the ground. I said, what is he laying on the ground for? You know, why is he not laying in bed? And she said, he's dead. And I thought,
That was the morning of September 12th, after the long and harrowing drive home from the horse show in Los Angeles, said Sarah. And through her tears, she told the detectives how Larry's body ended up in the refrigerator.
And so she put him in a sheet. Oh my God, I've never seen anything like this, okay? And she said, okay, grab the sheet. And then we carried him downstairs. And I'm like, what are you doing? We have to call the police. This is not right. She said, we are not calling the police. If you call the police, you'll be so sorry you did.
And this was the heart of Sarah's version. She went along with the whole awful, crazy thing for one reason, she said. She was deathly afraid of Elisa.
God. I didn't want to end up like him.
Was it possible? An innocent young woman in the thrall of a con artist and killer? Sarah Dutra seemed so frightened, so emotional. And yet, thought the detective,
I felt a little bit over the top.
She was a little over the top.
Yeah.
You mean she was acting, putting it on?
I believe so.
After more than 9 hours of questioning, Sarah Dutra was arrested and charged with Larry's murder. It was a classic crime story. Two killers, mutual finger-pointing. And prosecutors knew they could use each woman's testimony against the other. An easy checkmate. That is, until Elisa took herself off the board. On March 30th, 13 days after her arrest, a jailer found her hanging by the neck in her cell. A suicide.
A million questions for Elisa. And now that door has been slammed shut.
And now, Sarah, left holding the bag, would face murder charges alone.
Coming up.
When you try only one defendant, it's very easy, as it was for Sarah Dutra, to point the finger at the one who's not there.
When Dateline continues.
The holiday season is a time to spread cheer. These are all on the house. And appreciate the ones you love.
From our family to yours.
Your Mr. Christmas. For the 89th time, a tree will shine over Rockefeller Center.
Happy holidays from today.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
This is a very different kind of program. We're here to start conversation about the big things happening in our world. Professor, I'm not asking you to predict the future, but what do we think that the new normal is going to be? Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs during this pandemic and their relationship to their employers? What is your biggest tip for any parent who's concerned about this? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Hey everybody, it's Hoda Kotb from the Today Show. I am so excited to tell you about my new podcast, Making Space with Hoda Kotb. I sit down with some incredible people and we'll hear some uplifting stories.
Listen to Making Space now on Apple Podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
This new travel requirement, is it possible we're going to see tighter restrictions?
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
American Greed, new season, new night. Theranos goes to trial. Boeing's soaring greed, anything for money. A new season of Greed starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC. Wednesday, January 5th, a new season of Greed begins on CNBC. Theranos goes to trial.
She was the next big thing.
Sex and scandal.
I had just graduated high school. He would ask me to go out for a couple drinks.
Boeing's soaring greed.
What caused this brand new plane to crash?
Anything for money.
He ran a criminal syndicate, millions of dollars.
American Greed, new season starts Wednesday, January 5th on CNBC.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Frontside 900, McTwist, back-to-back 1080s. I mean, it's hard just naming these tricks. Chloe Kim, she's up there spinning around with a smile. Respect. The Winter Olympics, February 3rd on NBC and Peacock.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
It was the winter of 2003, more than a year after Larry McNabney was poisoned with horse tranquilizer. His admitted killer, his wife, Elisa McNabney, chose her own destiny. And her alleged accomplice, Sarah Dutra, alone, faced the possibility of spending the rest of her life behind bars.
You attended the trial every day.
Yes, 11 and a half weeks.
Why?
Our DA had talked to us about the importance of our family being represented, that my dad not being forgotten.
Tavia believed that her father died at the hands of both Elisa and Sarah. But while Sarah admitted to being there when Larry died, and in the days and months that followed, she adamantly claimed she never went to the police because she was so afraid of Elisa, and of ending up just like Larry. A theory that even prosecutor Thomas Testa found, well, believable.
When I first got this case, people in my office will tell you that's exactly what I was saying walking up and down the halls.
Poor Sarah, she's a victim
Sarah,
here.
She's just an aider and abetter. But as I got deeper into the case, I totally turned around on this. But I started with that very mindset.
As Testa reviewed the evidence in preparation for trial, he became convinced that Sarah Dutra was in fact the woman in charge.
Sarah did not like Larry. She always accused him of being full of himself, talking about himself all the time, self-centered. She didn't like him, so Larry didn't want Sarah around. Sarah did not like Larry.
You know, This sounds to me like two people who both love Elisa and want the other out of the way.
That is what that's it. That's exactly it. It was a love triangle, and one of them had to go.
Sarah, said Prosecutor Testa, was enjoying a very fancy life with Elisa, and Larry was simply in the way.
If your theory is right, these are two kind of good time girls who have got this great relationship and they're living off the proceeds of Larry, why get rid of him? They have no motive.
Larry was Elisa's golden goose, but Elisa was Sarah's golden goose. And Sarah was about to be cut out of this whole triangle. Larry had just told her the day before he was killed, 2 days before he was killed, you know, that he wanted her gone, he wanted her fired.
So, said Testa, it was Sarah who had the motive to kill Larry. Sarah's lawyer, of course, saw it differently.